Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis. This live stream is a purely educational and informational broadcast. Our focus is on the academic exploration of handicapping methodologies, statistical data analysis, and the principles of risk assessment. Crucially, our analytical framework does not assess the probability of winning. Instead, our entire focus is on identifying and evaluating the potential for financial loss and the inherent risks associated with each variable. This is an intellectual simulation designed to teach a disciplined, risk-first approach to analyzing the science of horse racing. The live format of this stream is essential to this analytical mission. A spreadsheet alone provides only a static, quantitative snapshot. A complete and rigorous risk assessment requires the inclusion of dynamic, real-time variables. These include qualitative observations from the paddock, the physical condition and behavior of the horses, last-minute changes in weather and ground conditions, and the strategic decisions made by jockeys during the race. Therefore, the use of a live race feed is for the strict purpose of data collection and model validation. It allows us to test our pre-race statistical analysis against the reality of the live event, which is a critical part of the educational process. 2. No betting advice or inducement. A firm policy. This channel does not provide betting tips, financial advice, or picks. The content is not intended to induce, encourage, or promote any form of wagering or participation in online money games, which may be prohibited by your local laws. Any analysis is a theoretical exercise and must not be interpreted as a recommendation to place a bet. 3. Strictly independent, supported by viewers. The host of this channel is fully independent. We have no affiliation, partnership, or financial relationship with any bookmaker, wagering platform, or any other entity in the gaming industry. Our analysis and content are not sponsored or influenced by any outside entity. This channel is made possible through the voluntary support of our viewers via YouTube's official features, Super Chat, etc. All contributions support our educational mission, and our content will always remain free and accessible. 4. Community Code of Conduct. Fostering analytical discussion. We encourage an intelligent discussion focused on the science of racing. Encouraged. Sharing your thoughts and analysis on the race or any horse, focusing on data, strategy, or observed risks. Prohibited. Discussing personal bets, encouraging others to bet, requesting tips, or sharing links to wagering sites. Violation of these rules will result in comment deletion and a potential ban. 5. Viewer responsibility, legal compliance. You, the viewer, are solely responsible for your own actions and for understanding and complying with all laws in your jurisdiction. This channel and its host assume absolutely no liability for any financial losses or legal consequences. By continuing to watch this stream, you acknowledge that you have read, understood, and agree to these terms. You confirm that your purpose for watching is to learn from our methods of live data analysis and the critical study of factors that influence race outcomes.
Good morning. Today is 31st of December 2025 and we're going to be doing some analytics today here at Flemington. Flemington, hands down, today is the place probably to be. It's a midweek and Flemington has got about 8 races today. And we are going to do the breakdown of those races. We'll see how things might work, might not work. This is how Flemington looks like, and the trickiest part of this particular track is the straight, which is like 1200 meter, 1000 meter, 1100 meter. Those distances are the trickiest part because that is on the straight, and it's a this particular section is one of the most confusing stretch of track probably in Australia. So this track, this particular section, the 1200, 1100, 1000 meter, those places are tricky, and we've got about 4 races today here on the straight. The rest of the 4 are here, which are all good. They play normally, and we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analysis, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate that. But if we find that there are better horses, and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out. Today is 31st December. It's New Year, and it's going to be New Year all over the world in few hours, depending on where you live. It's a fantastic day, and we are going to indulge in this today, and we'll see what we can come up with. So we'll take a look at the first race today. We'll take the odds and see how things work. Starts in 29 minutes. 871 has been scratched. Five 3 12 6 is the 6. So this particular race is a race about horses that has never won a race in metro. So what that translates into is this is a race with rural horses, which are going to be running here at Flemington today. They have never won a metro race. Now, what is the difference between the rural racing and the metro racing? The difference primarily in these 2 sections are basically the class of the horses. Along with that, the trainers. So in rural racing, the trainers are not as equipped as the trainers in the metro, because in the metro they have the trainers are in the metro because they can afford to be there in the metro. That's the first thing, which usually means that they have big businesses, which translates into they are better trainers, and that's why they are able to survive in the metro. And the rural trainers, they train horses in the rural region where things are cheaper, and they are able to survive in a rural section. And the horses are in this particular race are mostly from the rural region. So that 5 is the favorite. Now, my understanding about this particular race is it is anywhere between a benchmark 55 to 60 approximately, and that 5 is the favorite. The thing is that 5 doesn't have the physics to win this. Now, what I have done is I have made some changes with how this thing looks like, and I'm sure you have figured it out that we have some new channels to look at. What we were doing is, we had some columns here, which was actually calculating the deviation from the gates and certain measurements that we were trying to achieve. Now, in some of the previous races, I was doing those calculations manually, but now I have added them here, and we will see how things work. So, basically, what and how things will work. We just had FR and CR. Now we have HR, CH, and CP. So HR basically is the horse, which is how the horse without its conditions, how the horse is without its conditions. FR is along with the conditions. CR is with the deviations. And then we have the CH, which basically translates to, the highest handicapped horses. And we know how that is, because through the characters, we also know which are the highest handicapped. So the CH is going to show which are the highest handicapped. Why put it here? Because we will get to see if they are aligned with the HR, FR, and CR. And lastly is the pressure module, which is here. So now we know the leverage is here. The highest leverage means the highest promotions and all that. And depending on that, we know how things are. Now, the highest promotion needs to be aligned with the condition of the horse in all three sections. That's the first thing. Second thing is definitely the usual stuff, whether it has physics or not, and where does it stand. So if we look at what 5 is, the 5 is here, and it definitely doesn't have the physics to win this. That's the first thing. Secondly, the horse, the condition, everything is against this horse. So winning, 5 winning is a difficult proposition. Now, what are the advantages and how things are? So 5 is one of the class horses, okay? 5 is one of the, if we look through the DICR, we'll get 3, 2, 6, 5. These are the class horses which are here, and then we have the challenger horses up till here. So that 5 is a class horse, but it is not doing exactly how it should be doing. On the contrary, the 3 is a higher class, and it is doing much better than the 5. Okay, much better than the 5, and the 3 stands here. So this is the first one. I'm not going to contradict anything. We will watch how things work in the first one, but here are the couple of things that we are going to be looking at. So this data basically has a record, and when we look at the record of this particular data that we do and analyze this, we have situations that we have faced in the past. Now, that 5 cannot win because it doesn't have the physics. This is something that has been tested over and over again. Without physics, winning is difficult. That is something we have tested, and it generally doesn't work. For this to work, the horse has to be superb. That generally doesn't work. What the other thing doesn't work is the drift up here. That also is a very dicey proposition because they fail from here, and why they fail from here is a $1 million question. I don't know. Whenever they're up here, they fail. So 5 is dicey. Ideally, through the class, 3 should win, but 3 is a drift up here, and whether 3 will win is also a question mark. Now 12 comes with the challenging class, 13 comes with the challenging class, and all that thing is possible. So if we look at the class, then it should go to 3, but the data says that they fail from here. Okay, 5 doesn't have the physics to win this. If we look at 3, the back testing, when we have done this multiple times, they kind of fail from there. That's a problem. 12 is a challenger class with a very high numbers which are here, but it is a benchmark 55 to 60. This thing is going to come from gate number 12 at this point of time. So that becomes a little dicey for this. Now, I think what needs to happen is this, that 12 is written by Craig Williams. This thing, if it tries to get to the rails, it'll get raved. If we look at 13 comes from gate number 1. Now, both these horses have a tendency of getting raved, right? Both of these horses has a tendency of getting raved. But it'll depend on the jock and the decision of the jock, how things work at the end of the day. Why the problem? The problem with 12 is it is gate number 12. If it is kept wide with a pace, it'll win. But if it tries to get to the rails, it'll lose. It'll go out of gas. 13 has an issue that it is coming from gate number 1. It's a challenger class. The thing is, it is also in a position which is like it is going to get raved. And if it gets raved, because gate number 1, if it doesn't come out fast, and if it doesn't get if it is not raved, then it will have traffic in front of it. So 12 is in problem, 5 is in problem, 3 we have seen them failing from there. 13 has the physics. If we look at 12 and 13, they're kind of neck to neck in everything. Even the class also, they're kind of neck to neck. So 13 has a I have a feeling that the 13 is there because the 12 comes from gate number 12. This comes from gate number 1. And 5 doesn't have the physics to win this. These two horses, they have. 3 doesn't need the physics, but they fail from there. So probably I think it is between 12 and 13. 12 has Craig Williams. It needs to be ridden very tactfully. It needs to be ridden very tactfully, this horse. Because of the gate number. If it tries to get to the rails, it'll go out of gas. 13 will be raved because it is from gate number 1. If it doesn't get raved, it'll have traffic. So the first one is the first one. We'll see how things work. The thing is, the 5, which is the favorite, looks very, very difficult to me for winning. Ideally, 3 should win. 3 should win. It is a class horse, has almost no issues. I mean, the numbers are perfect with 3. That is something that should happen. But we have failed with this particular horse from this section so many times that I'm kind of a little not very sure. So ideally 3 should win from there. 3 is from gate number 10. 3 should win from there. It should not be a problem with 3. It has the class. It doesn't have pressure. It should go well. So we'll see how things work. I like the 3, but I'm also in a position where I'm not very confident, because it is a drift and it is up here, and we have seen it failing too many times from that particular place. So that is what the problem is. 12 is from gate number 10. It is a very good horse. All the numbers are with 12, but the gate number for a benchmark 55 to 60 is a little steep. It'll require jockey intervention, and the jockey needs to make the right decision on the 12. So 12 cannot win on its own. The jockey has to play a major role for 12 to win. If the jockey's decision fall back, then it is game over. 13 has physics. It comes from gate number 1. Problem is, the only strategy for this horse is to rave it. It's a 5-year-old mare. If it gets raved with that pressure, because the pressure is not huge, if it gets raved, the last 450 Flemington is going to be difficult for 13 to survive. So we need to check how the ground is working today. The 13, the 5 definitely is a question mark. Whether it will happen, I don't know. The 3 is the best. The 3 is the best. It is in right condition to do this. But for some unknown reason, they fail whenever they're up here. That puts me into a kind of a situation where I'm not very confident on how things will actually end up. Through data, 3 should win. Through data, we have seen this failing as well. So that's that. 12 needs a very tactful riding. If that happens, there's no stopping for 12. It is going to be very difficult for anyone to stop 12 if the ride is right on 12. So the first race is definitely the first one where we'll just keep quiet and absorb what is happening. What are the other options that might happen? Something very surprising might happen. So anyways, we'll not I mean, if we look at 5, all right, 5 is of this class, then we have the 6 of the same class, and which is with a lower pressure. The 6 is in much better position to beat the 5, but both of these horses do not have the physics to win. Both of the horses do not have the physics to win, so that puts both of them into a questionable scenario. So we'll see how things work. I like 12 but I'm not very confident if the ride is going to be right from gate number 12. It's a jockey call. If it's a jockey intervention which is going to work on 12. If the jockey is right and takes the right decision of keeping it on pace, not chasing the rails, not trying to get to the rails, but keeping it on pace, and at the last bend it presses the button, he presses the button, 12 is unstoppable. But for that, it has to be ridden rightly. It cannot be a kind of a situation that 12 comes out and 12 for the entire 1600 meter is on pace and trying to get to the rails. That is a bad idea. It cannot do that. It doesn't. It'll not work from gate number 12. So we'll see how this thing works. Ideally, like I said, I like the 3. I think 3 should win, and 3 should win good. But the problem is, I mean, we have both sides of the data. It's a coin that has two sides. One side says that it is in a position to win. The other side says that we have backtested this position and they failed from there, so my confidence lacks there. We'll see how things work. And the first one. Outfoxed, welcome back. Lewis, welcome back. Lee, welcome back. Yes, 13 is difficult to win. It's gate number 1, difficult. It'll get raved. It needs to get raved. That's the only way to survive. And if it gets raved, it'll be in trouble in the last 450. 12 is the same thing. It's a very tactful ride on 12 that needs to happen. And I don't have the confidence. I mean, this is a decision which is going to be made by this guy. He is the best. I have no questions. He is the best through the numbers. But even then, that decision, if backfires for some reason, then it's a problem. 3 ideally should win, but we know how this thing works from here. So the first one is better to keep quiet, sit tight, and we'll see how things work. Maybe from the second one, we'll take our attempts. Outfox don't have it. Oh, you don't have the Flemington on your card? That's a bummer. But I want to wish everybody a very happy new year in advance. I hope this new year is good for everyone. All your wishes, all our wishes, they come true. And, you know, I just hope it is fabulous for everybody. I want to thank everybody who's here, who's looking at the stream that we're doing, looking at the races, playing, not playing, whatever. But thank you for being here. Thank you for all the support. We are going to be in 2026 in a few hours, probably. That's great. That is great, Gatekeeper. Welcome back, Gatekeeper. The thing with Flemington is this, that I don't remember racing Flemington on a weekday. I don't remember. When was the last time? I mean, during the carnival of the Melbourne Cup, during that period of time, yes. There are races during the midweek at Flemington, but apart from that, I don't remember Flemington doing midweek races. This is quite a surprise that today, as a Wednesday, we have Flemington. I was expecting maybe Sandown or maybe some other track, but no, we have Flemington. But I don't remember doing Flemington in last 2 years at least during a Wednesday. Dows, welcome back. Happy New Year, Gatekeeper. Happy New Year, Dows. Stay blessed, everybody. I hope this year brings a lot of happiness to all of us. We need a lot of happiness and peace in our lives. May God be kind, give us some money so that we can fulfill our dreams, do some nice things with our lives. Thirteen is going to, the only strategy on 13 is to rave that horse. It's gate number 1. It doesn't have the class. Gate number 1 is a tricky place for that horse. It'll get raved. That's the only strategy. You rave it. Otherwise, there's going to be traffic in front of 13, which is going to be difficult for 13 to tackle. But if it gets raved, then the flip side is that Flemington is 450 approximately on this straight. It'll be very difficult on a 1600 meter for 13 to build up at the last 450. So all the horses are kind of in some or other kind of a fix, which is very difficult to negotiate with. The first one, I don't see a comfortable thing which gives me a. It is a dangerous one. We can actually face something very, very surprising. I don't know. 5 is difficult to win. It doesn't have the physics. Okay, 5 doesn't have physics. The other one, which is better than the 5, which is here. No, actually 5 is better. This is 49, 43. This is 48, 30. So this one doesn't have the physics. This one doesn't have the physics. This one doesn't need the physics, but they kind of, they have backfired so many times from here. I don't know what they will do here. The 12 needs a very tactical ride. It's a very tactical ride that needs to happen on 12. 13 has the physics, and it's kind of neck to neck. The only thing that can work here is if this thing goes on, same sex, same age, then 13 has advantage over 12. That if that thing plays, then that thing plays. Otherwise, things might go so wrong. The ground is good. But it's a midweek Flemington.
Number one, let's have a look at what's doing race with the bookmakers. Leg drive is $3.40 into $3.30 in a pretty settled marketplace. Make it sweet, $9 into $8. And Mamuno number 10 for Jai McNeil and Cliff Brown is 19 out to 21, back into $17. And only gold will do number 11 for Celine Gaudray and Liam Howley is 26 into $21, spec as well. Jockey Challenge, Jamie Mellon, $2.60, 80 cents behind Craig.
10.
$7 any other jockey, $8 for Logan Bates. Patrick Maloney aboard leg drive in the first.
Let's see how it works. I'm 12 needs a PC. Welcome back. 12 needs a very tactful ride, PC. 12 needs a very tactful ride.
Gets the tongue tie on for the first time. Should be much fitter now, third run back.
Craig Williams actually is, I remember him doing the same thing with one of the horses a few days ago.
And then we've got number 12.
Wide gate, kept it wide, did not try to get to the rails. At the last moment, he pressed the button and the horse won. If he does the same thing, that'll work. But it's a decision which is with him. What he will decide is only he knows.
The rail is out 3 metres, so race 3 is...
Now that's 3 metres already there. We've calculated that as well.
Baggett Stakes is race number 4 over the 2,800 metres. We take it to Flemington for the 10. We're on the first.
Needs a very tactful ride. If that happens, then it's fantastic.
Into the stalls, his finest hour. Now his finest hour goes in. Cow about to join them, and also Fox Appeal will be the final one. Welcome our Sky Channel viewers and all on our radio relays to Flemington for a unique New Year's Eve meeting. Last one forward, Fox Appeal, and they're set to go for the first. Ready to run. Good track, rail out 3, set, and they're racing, and Thunderhawk towards the inside, away fairly. Leg drive jumped away well. Only Gold Will Do is in the thick of the action in the early stages. Vivacissimo and Somewhere also pushing up as they complete 200 metres of the contest.
You see that 5 is getting raved. That's the problem. He kept it wide. 12 is good. He's kept it wide. He's kept it wide. He's kept it wide. Bring it home, baby. Kept it wide. See, 5 is getting raved. That's the only strategy on 5.
The line jacket fourth here. They were followed by Make It Sweet, a length and a quarter, Thunderhawk and Sow Cow at the 800 metres. Then his finest hour, well back in the field, also clear. Then Mamuno.
Sorry.
And last of all is Fox
5
approaching the corner. 600 metres to go. The leader is Leg Drive, was able to slacken it somewhat from Somewhere. And on the outside, Vivacissimo. They were followed by Make It Sweet, and Only Gold Will Do from Thunderhawk. And next in the race is
Go, baby.
His finest hour. And then also clear Somewhere
3.
up to Leg Drive, who's under pressure. 300 metres to go. Vivacissimo in the orange cap, the outer. Make It Sweet needs a run badly. Thunderhawk is probing who runs his finest hour. Got out to it Somewhere at the clock tower. At the 200 metres, about a length in front of his finest hour. Vivacissimo and Make It Sweet. Somewhere with 50 metres to go.
3, baby.
Next to finish Mamuno, and then South with Fox Appeal.
3, 9. 3, 9.
Bates and Bates 480 Super 10 510 on the New South Wales and beats his finest hour at $2.90. Looks like number 6 will sneak up on the inside, Make It Sweet to get third. Reckon it's 3, 9 and 6 with Flemington's Twilight on New Year's Eve underway with Somewhere's second win. It's number
3, 9, 6.
11 days after the previous success in Ballarat. Sticking with Yallum's action, we're back to Yarra now for race number 4. Burrower number 1 is $3 into $2.80 at the top of the tab tree.
It's a problem, PC. The thing is, it's not that particular class that actually can pull it out from gate number 12. It's not actually that class. You need. For a benchmark 55-60, gate number 12 is anyway difficult. he was trying to keep it wide, but at the last moment it lost gas. It just did not do. So yeah, so 5 did not have the physics. That was not possible. 3 actually went through, and then came 9 and 6. What is 9? This is 9. So I looked at it and I mean, what to talk about this horse? But that happened. It was an inner gate. 3 9 3 9 and then 6. 3 9 6. See, without the physics, it's very I mean, the only horse, as far as I can remember, is in last 2 years, if I have seen someone actually breaking the physics, that's one I remember is Pride of Jenny. That's one horse I remember who actually broke that physics and she won. The other one, there's one other situation which was like that, but I don't remember the name of that horse. In last 2 years, it has never been like that. Unless, yes, there's another situation. What happened? I remember is, unless everything else is like dicey within 4 to 5 horses. If there are 5, 6 horses racing, and everything else is upside down, then the physics doesn't count. But for that, the number of horses has to be drastically less, about 5, 6 max. Anyway, we'll go to the next. Two. Nine, 14, 15 all scratched. 10, 8, 3, 16. So So 10 is, I mean, this one is the linear, this one, both of them are the first and the second linear. One of them is going to win, one of them is going to lose. Now, if we look at both of these horses, the 10 and 8. So what happened here is basically class, all right? Through the dice here, the class played. I was not confident about this because of the kind of record it has from failing from here, but now we have changed a lot of things, and we'll get a lot more confidence probably in coming days to actually support, even if they are here, on what conditions we'll get to see. Same goes for the neutrals. We'll get to see who they are and how things are working. So anyways, so the 10 and the 8, right, they're the first and the second linear. Now what is the difference between these two horses? The first difference is here in the class, all right? 8 is a higher class with a lower pressure, okay? 10 definitely is a performing horse with a very high, every number is very high. So that's that part of the story. Now the problem with these two horses, okay, let's understand what are we dealing with. These two horses they are the highest handicapped. We know that this is the first linear, this is the second linear. We can see the pressure model. This is a 83, this is a 70, this is 219, this is 170. This is a higher class, this is a lower class. The pressure is on this one. This is the highest leverage point. There's a huge leverage on this particular horse. It has been promoted, it has been put into this class, which is a benchmark 70. Now the problem with these two horses is this, that they're going to be running on pressure, and we know what those pressure models are, and the jock is the issue. But both of them have a dedicated jock. Both of them has a dedicated jock. They've been on this, both the horses here and there. Now I think the class will play. I think the class will play and it'll go to the linear, because that's wider gate. It's still benchmark 70. What we faced here was no metro winds. This is a benchmark 70 we are dealing with. This is gate number 7. This is gate number 4. Though it's a 5-year-old gelding, the class definitely is matter. Is a matter here that we can see. And so I think it is 8, probably. I think it is 8. What I'm expecting is how things should work. So the 10 definitely is there, all right? 10 definitely is there. But if the 8 wins, then we will have something with an advantage moving in, and then probably this thing will work. So so what are the core issues with 10? If we try and look at the core issues with 10. So the first core issue with 10 is that it is high. This is the linear, but the pressure is more on 10. Okay, this is the linear. Now both of them are like neck to neck. It is like neck to neck, both of them. This is a little heavier horse. This is a little lighter horse than this one. And through the class, 10 is lower, 8 is higher. So I think it is ideally it should be 8. Ideally it should be 8. Here I was not very confident, but because they fail from here. Now we are dealing with both the linears. Now if both the linears are there and there's a class, and then we look at the pressure model, and This thing is on 0, which means it is on the highest level. So that thing is there. But 8 has the class. 8 has the class. 8 is neck to neck from an inner gate. So I think it is 8, and then it'll definitely fall on an advantage. So that brings these two horses. The 3 is already there. Nobody wants this 8-year-old gelding, but if we look at the numbers, then that thing is better in numbers. They are both of the same class. The advantage is more here. This and this, the 12. I mean, the 4 looks good, but how logically someone is going to support. And then we have the challenger here, which is in a very good shape, which is the 16, which is there. So what I think will happen probably is somewhere some class is going to play. That might be these 2 horses with the neutrals. It might fall to 2 here, which is here also. Not doing great. But if we look at these 2 horses, they are both at 43. That brings 2 into a kind of a check. All right, because if we look at all the horses here, all right, all the horses here, this is falling down. It could be of a very high rated horse, but it is falling down. These are high rated, but they do not have the class. Plus, it is an 8-year-old gelding. The 3 that people are talking about is a chance, maybe. We just had the other one, which is there, which is like 42. Then we have 2 43s here with a higher class. So that 2 automatically becomes a check with a low pressure. So I think, this is going to be tough between these two horses. This is going to be what they call a ding dong battle, probably. But looking at the class, the pressure, and the advantage on these 2 horses, 8 has an upper hand. 8 has an upper hand. 8 has gate number 4. 8 has a lower pressure. 8 also has a dedicated jock, and it's almost the same. The jock weights, they probably are very close. It's not that one is better than the other. They're kind of very close to each other. So it's going to be between these 2 horses. It's an 1800 meter. Ideally, up till 2000 meter, the linear should win. So I like the 8. Definitely, I like the 8 for multiple reasons. For the class, the low pressure. This is a very high pressure. This is a lower pressure than that. Dedicated jock is good. This is a very good hand. All right, 10 is a very good hand. They look like very professional people doing this. That's one of the advantages. But if I have to choose between these 2 horses, I think 8 is better. I think 8 is better. And they're neck to neck. And we'll get to see how the race unfolds. So that's that. Then this one is a check. This one is a lower class than this one. Plus, it is an 8-year-old gelding coming from gate number 12. 3 is a lower class than this one. This is a 43, that's a 42. Gate number 2 has a jock, which is good. 2 doesn't need a jock. I mean, these horses, they don't need a jock like them. But it is good that 3 has that advantage. 3 has that advantage of having a good jock. He's probably one of the best. So 3 has that jock, 2 doesn't have, but none of them actually require a jock like that. These guys are okay to handle this kind of horses. Difference is very minute. This is a 5-year-old gelding at 42 standing, and the the rating and the class is lower than 2. That's all. I think it's a 5-year-old gelding. This is a 6-year-old gelding. The resume is superb. Like, it has been into league races. It has gone a Group 1. So the resume of this particular horse is superb. So that automatically is a check. Whether it'll get in, it showed actually with how things working. I kind of like this one, and we'll see if that works. The 8 looks good. The 10 looks definitely better. But the difference is in class, in pressure, gate number, age. None of them has a jock to handle the pressure, but they're dedicated jocks. So things might go upside down because it's an 1800 meter, so we'll see how it works. It's not like a 1200 meter where a huge pressure is prevailing on any of those horses, but I think we're good to go. Let's see. The 10 is, there are reasons why 10 is favorite, and we can see that through the numbers. There's a fantastic hand, good numbers on it, the pressure is on. But the difference is here, where it is a lower class than this one. The gate is 7, the benchmark is 70, and this one comes from an inner gate. So, and this is a linear. Both of them are highly handicapped, a huge pressure model on both of them. Both of them lacks jock. The jocks are not tuned. I mean, if I have to be super cautious, I'll stay out because the jocks are not present. If I have to be super cautious, I will stay out because the jocks handicapping, and the jock is if that interferes, then it is upside down, which God knows if that will interfere or not. But overall, 10 definitely deserve to be the favorite, but 8 has an upper hand. We'll see how things work. Tuna, welcome back. Tuna, Happy New Year. Yes, they are, because PC, the thing is, like in this one, see what basically stops the horse from the last bend to the finishing post is the length that it has covered and how much gas it has to pull up the pressure. So you will be more comfortable doing this from a wider gate if the class is not a benchmark 60 and all that. For a gate 12, you need benchmark 78 and above. You need benchmark 78 and above. I mean, that's my thought, and I think if you look at the results, it is way more it is way more confident when things are above benchmark 78 for the wider gates. It's a midweek. We are at Flemington. These horses they're like rural horses trained by rural trainers. They come with good numbers. There's no doubt they're coming with good numbers. There's a huge leverage and all that jazz is there. But at the end of the day, what will play is the geometry and the physics. Like for the geometry, I can tell you that this is not in a position to win. All right. This is not in a position to win. That's geometry. That is physics of the track. Now, the similar physics is also getting applied on the gate number 12. It is just that we do not have a concrete, assembling of that physics. We still haven't been able to assemble that physics into a number that can actually reflect what kind of attraction it is getting from gate number 12. So that's the problem, PC. I mean, benchmark 78 and above, I think it is much safer with the wider gates. Below that, it depends on a lot of factors that basically are in nobody's control. And if you are exposing yourself to that kind of a situation where it is not in anybody's control, then the results are the results. I don't know if I'm sounding, if I'm making sense, but I think it's better to wait for the right opportunity and hit it when the iron is red hot. The benchmark 65, 70, these are wider gates are an issue. And I learned it from you, PC. It is because of, because you started last year when we were racing and you started talking about bars and all stuff like that. Gatekeeper raised to 13, 16, 11. When you started talking about bars and wider gates, I was not prepared at that time. I was not prepared to understand the bars and how the traction is happening from which bar and how that is interfering. So, but in last 1 year, while racing, when we are doing the benchmarks and we have a clear understanding of the leverage and the benchmarks, one thing that I have noticed is you were right, PC, about the about the bars, and the bars interfere, and it'll interfere with the class. Which benchmark are you dealing with, and what bar are you on? So that is the thing, and I learned it from you. If you were not there and if you did not speak about the bars and stuff like that, you and I got into arguments. And but honestly, that is something that input came from you. And now when I look at things, I see you were right, and now I have a logical explanation of what is happening. Gatekeeper says raised to 13, 16, 11. 13, 16, 11. Not doing well. This is an 8-year-old. I mean, what kind of a thing are we going to expect? I don't know. We'll see how that works. I think the 8 has an upper hand. I don't know where is John. John would have supported 4. and call me an ageist, but that is an 8-year-old from gate number God knows 12 right now, but that thing is there. If these two horses are there, then 16 is good, but 2 probably is there. It's a 52.
The Wednesday Racing Boosted Special on the screen. It's venue mode exclusive, and there'll be plenty of offers to keep you company right across this afternoon and into the evening. You have to be in venue to take advantage of them, though. 2 minutes away to the second at Flemington. This is 1,800 metres of the beautiful Flemington racecourse. Favourite here is Yes I Know for Dan Stackhouse, $4.60 down to $3.20. For Your Not is $3.60 down to $3.30. Ambassador Ambassadorial, probably best back to beat the lot of these. $8 to 5 this morning, where it stayed broadly at that quote, and then they start the double figures, and they've been broadly left alone at those big prices. If you want to move at some of those bigger figures, Tishman for Logan Bates with the 2 kilos off, and Price Jr. is 26 down to $23 despite drawing a wide barrier. Yes, I know, for Anthony Friedman, a third last time out at Ballarat on soft going, back to a good 4 here today, draws barrier 7 and is back down in grade from 74 to 70. Company was only beaten a half length last time out at Ballarat after beginning well. Fior Not second elect in the market for the Davenant team on the Heath last time out, ran second to touchdown, carried 60 kilos that day, only has 58.5 here, and is a 330 elect now, fourth up this preparation, having recorded 3 minors at its last 3 goes. An Ambassadorial for Jamie Mellon, first up this preparation, and finished off last time out 7th at Geelong in a benchmark 78 when behind Rukaka Raider, and was beaten 3 lengths that day. Carrying 56 kilos, will retain 59.5 for this assignment despite coming down in grade. Matty Hill's calling for us today. He goes 10, 3, 8 and 16 as they're loading well for the second.
For the second event, just having a look.
It looks beautiful.
They've got a decent crowd here today. The VRC have put a lot into this New Year's Eve fixture, moving away from the New Year's Day card, and they've been rewarded. Corona Lad, the final one in, and the field is locked away. Draw attention. Attention, barrier number 1. Set for clear and racing. Mac 2 away fairly, and yes, I know, second last to leave. Beach Pad goes back to the tail. Ambassadorial began well with Blue Cowboy, and also kicking up in between horses, Mac 2 with June Bug. Out deeper on the track, Thorin is showing speed, and they were followed by Tishman, Fiore, Not Draw Attention, yes, I know, in a clump. 2 lengths Intuitu, Corona Lad, Sea Strike, and Beach Pad is last of all to the top of the course. 1,300 metres to go, and eventually taking it up is Blue Cowboy by a length and 3/4. Second is Thorin, and they're 2 lengths in front of Ambassadorial, the inside. Tishman is travelling wide out deeper and in between horses, Mac 2. 2 for the back is Yes I Know, June Bug and Draw Attention. A length and a quarter away in the field as they reach the 1,000, Fiore Not, and then Intuitu, Corona Lad, Sea Strike, and at the tail of the field, Beach Pad. Blue Cowboy, the front runner, 850 metres out, led by 3/4 of a length to Thorin, neutral speed at best, and they were followed out deeper by
13 is a
Tishman
big
from
price.
Ambassadorial. Further back is Yes I Know, who had the back of Tishman. Draw attention, the inside of Junebug from Fiore Not, who's 3 back on that 3-wide train. Corona Lad, Intuitu, Beach Pad and Sea Strike, the order as they run the corner. Into the straight, 500 to go. It's Thorin and Blue Cowboy together. They were followed by Tishman, always wide. Ambassadorial got to run up on the inside. Draw attention, tries to follow it through. Yes I Know is presenting down the outside, and Fiore Not's coming with a 2. So the 2 favourites as they reach the 250. It's Yes I Know up to Ambassadorial, and Fiore Not the outer, then Corona Lad. Fiore Not took the front from Yes I Know, 100 metres to go, and Ambassadorial whacking on. Fiore Not just in front of Yes I Know. Fiore Not's pulling
8
by 3/4, Yes I Know.
8 and 3.
Ambassadorial from Corona Lad by Tishman. Double followed midfield by Maktub, Intuitu and Draw Attention. Thor
8,
well back. Sea Strike,
10,
okay, Blue Cowboy,
3,
Beach Pad, one of the last.
8 and 3.
8, 10, 3, 7, and sounds like there were some good bets landed on course as well. Fiore Not pays 360, 160.
8, 10, 3, 7.
At $1.60, the 3 Ambassadorial 190, and the 7, which was Corona Lad, looks as though it will run 4th. So it's 8, 10, 3 and 7 on the second of Flemington.
Downs! I'll put your name up.
5th at Nowra, 70 seconds away is where we're heading next in New South Wales. It's Our Baby for Amy McLucas and Gary Portelli. It's $4.20 down to $2.90. Deca Dance.
That was brilliant. So what happened is this, that that was a queen anyway. And this thing got there, which was there. The 7, and the 7 came in. How did that happen? God knows, but that happened. The 7 actually came in from gate number 13. But that happened. Anyway, so what was the difference between 8 and 10? Is the class and the pressure plus the gate. That's all the difference is. The 10 was brilliant with numbers, but it is also the highest leverage, and this was a class. So that is where the difference was. We go to the third one. No scratching. This is a listed race. 4275. See, the odds are right. Okay, the odds are right, and the odds, I'll tell you how it is right. So the 4, basically, if we look at the DIs here through the class, okay, so the first thing that comes up on top is 1, okay, which is not in the right shape. Then comes 2, which is okay, but it's a 6-year-old. Then this is the largest drift, which is here. And then this one. So they are the challenger class, the 5, 7 and all that. They are the challenger class. So this one is a young horse, 1400 meter. The body weight is good for in compared to the others. That's good. fair enough. That is understandable. It is the linear is the highest leverage point. That's all good. Now, where the problem is this, that it is at 91, and if we have done the maths here, so it is running anywhere between 235 to 240 approximately. So 91 by 200 plus, the jockey is a mismatch on this. All right, though it is a dedicated jock, but this guy with that pressure becomes a little dicey kind of a proposal. Plus, I mean, that is the only thing. But this guy is a dedicated jock, and he's been with this horse for a long time, and a good strike rate, 50% strike rate. I mean, whatever the number of races that it has been there, the strike rate is huge. So the jock definitely knows the horse very well. Now, this one is a challenger, which is here. This is the highest leverage point. They are like that. It is a 6-year-old. Doesn't need the physics. Not doing well. 4-2. This is not good. This is 6-2. 2391. 1400 meter. 21. The class is still higher on 2. The class is still higher on 2. That is also a dedicated jock, and a better jock. It is the best. So 2 probably is there in some equation, but the problem is if we look at this, how. So there are the challenges. Let's take it from here. 85, 95, 7 drops. This drops. So this is out. This is a drop. 8, 7. This is a listed race, so the gate numbers are all good. So 7, that will fall. 45. 2 will be the upper side with class. 93, 95, 97, 95. 6 here from gate number 2. So what might backfire? What might backfire? What might backfire is this, that if the class plays, I mean, this is a 6-year-old gelding of a 1400 meter. The body weight definitely is close. It is not that it is very far, but that's a lot of low pressure on this horse, and it's an upper class to five. So 5 is in between. Let's say 5 is in between. Then how will it play? 2 will win, goes back here, falls here. This 1.5, low pressure, higher rated. This falls down to 33, 4. $49, 23, 23, 0, 1, 6, 5.5, gate number 7, gate number 1. Not there. Here, what do we have? We have a drop in class here, which is this one, not doing great. 99, still higher on the FR. 99. These are higher. Pressure, advantage, jock, 9, 4, 8, 8, 9. 3, 2. So this one, these two horses, okay, these two horses. Now, if we look at what is happening, so this is a listed race, so gate number is not going to be an issue. This is on a very high leverage point, which is 0 here, so that's the highest. Then everything falls, and when falls, that becomes an advantage. This is a lower class, this is a higher class, low pressure with a dedicated jock, which is a better jock than this one. There is a jockey mismatch on this pressure model, so that's the only thing. But the strike rate is huge on both the horses, so the strike rate is huge on both the horses. I think it is 2. I think it is 2 because it's going to play the same thing, I guess, because here at Flemington, you know, these people are, they do a very, very hard work. What I have seen at Flemington is that they they don't race much, but whenever they do a very hard work. They will never repeat the same races in next maybe 2 months, 3 months. You will not find the same race. So, and they do a very hard work. Now the thing is, the 4 and the 2, okay, what is the difference between these two horses? The first thing which is difference is the class. This is a lower class, this is a higher class. Then it is pressure model, exactly what played here, okay. So why 8 won is because it was a class above and this was a class below. The pressure was higher on this horse from gate number 7. The numbers were very good. It came in second. Generally that doesn't happen, but today it happened, and then came the advantages and all that thing happened. And I think it is the same thing here also. If you look here, we at least have had some good numbers on 10, but 4 is going down, though it is higher than 2, but for a pressure model that is not sufficient. In that case, the rest of the people are there to chase. It's a good horse. It's a 234. There is nothing that I do not like about this horse. It's a fantastic horse. The problem area is this, that the class and the jock, Okay, the class and the jock, these two are the problem areas of this particular horse. It is still higher rated on it is still higher than 2. It is still higher than 2, but 2 has the class and a lot stronger resume. So, and this time it is gate number 2. We have a jock on 2 who's good, who's a dedicated jock. The thing is huge. That 0, 2, 21. This will fall. 23, 40 is 550 here. I think it is 2, 5, and then 4. 2, 5, 2, 5, 4, 7. I don't know. Then this guy is also here. How he is going to deal with this, God knows only. This is not doing great. 84. I think it is 2. The class will hit. I think the class will hit, and it'll hit. That's now. Let's take a look at when it was last raced. 1 week, 3 weeks ago, Pakenham. 3 weeks ago, Pakenham. 2 is also like that. Came in 4th 3 weeks ago at Pakenham. This thing 4 came, Persian Spirit came in 1st. So that's good. We can see what it is. The pressure is huge. But the class will prevail. And this and 45, so 23. It's a 1400 meter, 98, 99 with a low pressure. This is 0.5. This probably is not happening. This is 91, 45. These two horses. Then it is 4. 4. That's a low pressure. Plus. This is 5.5, but we'll get a low pressure with a heavier body weight. 5.5. This could be a queen as well. This could be a queen as well. If this thing fails, it has tendencies that it might fail. But I think 2 has an upper hand. I seriously think 2 has an upper hand. The 4 is good. I don't doubt the horse. The horse is fantastic. There are few mismatches on this. It's on a very high leverage. We know that. The jock's missing. The class will interfere. This is a low pressure. This is a high pressure. Though the numbers are better than 2, and 2 is a 6-year-old gelding. But the arrangement is better on 2. Class, jock, low pressure, higher CR, which means the form is right. So I think it is 2. I think it is 2. 2 is I mean 2 has an upper hand. 2 has an upper hand than 4. Here it is exactly the same thing. Why 8 had an upper hand? Because of the class. Here it is huge. This is huge. It's about double. I think 2. Let's see how it works. 2 has an upper hand. If 2 wins, then 2 wins. 2 doesn't need the physics. Okay, 2 doesn't need the physics. It's a drift. It doesn't need the physics. It's a linear drift, so it doesn't need the physics. It's on a low pressure model with a jock. This guy needs the physics. This guy, they have the physics that's there. Here 1-7, which is the class which is there. So yeah, so that thing is there. I mean, it's breathing on our shoulder. I don't know. It's not in a shape to deliver. It is not in a shape to deliver, but this is the second one in line. That's a 7-year-old gilding. This is a 6-year. This is a 5. This class drops. Pressure rises. Jock missing. 2 has an upper hand. Let's see how that works. Dance! Dance has really done that today. These people at Flemington, they are, you know, what I have seen is they don't race much. That's the first thing. Secondly, whenever they race, they will never repeat the same race in next 4 months. So that becomes very difficult to track Flemington, you know. But and they do a very hard work. The kind of the horses they will bring in, they are not, you know, they do a very hard work in the acceptance level. They do a very hard work at the acceptance level. 7-1 at Flemington. 7-1. Let's take a look at 7-1s. 7 definitely is there. 7 is a class drop, but the question the question is that this is a LR, all right? This is a listed race. Now the problem here is this, that the 4 is a performing horse. It's a fantastic horse. 7 is also like that, but 7 is a class drop. Okay, and you know, I get my problem is this, that, you know, I find it very, very dicey when the horse is a high pressure horse and the jock is not rightly handicapped. That gives me goosebumps. I know that I'm exposed. I know that this thing can go wrong, and if it goes wrong, it goes wrong for everybody. So either I go with it or I don't. My problem is that whenever I see a high, I mean, here also, if you look at these 2 horses, all right, these 2 horses, they came in first and second. That's a very rare occasion, but that happened. But 8 still won because of nothing. The numbers were better on 10, but 8 won with the class. It's a linear 1800 meter. It just nailed it. There's nothing that the 10 could do about it. The 3 came in third. Here, if we look at, I mean, this was through the FR and CR, this was a lower number, but a higher class here. 1 year elder. That was a 4-year-old gilding. This was a 5-year-old gilding. Here it is also the same thing. It is a 5-year-old gilding, and this is a 6-year-old gilding. This is a 91 by about 235 approximately, but doesn't have the jock. The class is a huge difference. So, and the pressure is much lower on this horse. It doesn't need the physics. The 2 definitely has an upper hand. The 2 definitely has an upper hand. The age is an issue. Here it was still okay with 8. It was a 5-year-old gilding. Here it becomes a 6-year-old gilding. If that 6-year-old gilding says, no, I'm not racing today, it's a Wednesday, then, sir, it's a problem. That shouldn't happen. 6 years are good. 6-year-olds are good. It is not, that should not happen. The problem begins with 7 and above. The problem begins with 7 and above. So this is 6. We still have some faith. Let's keep our fingers crossed. There's a 2 Flemington. PC. It's a midweek PC. It's a midweek Wednesday PC. It's a midweek Wednesday. We have Flemington. I only tell you this because, you know, I get scared when you type like that. When you speak like that, I get goosebumps. It is. That's the thing. That's the thing. And trust me, I am with you on this. I am with you on this with the decision. But when you type stuff like that on a Wednesday, you give me goosebumps. But this is the time to actually, you know, probably get involved. The few other races that we have today are going to be on the straight, which is
Holly working her way to the lead.
Absolutely,
Does,
you know,
rates beautifully, and then they find underneath of her encouragement.
That straight at Flemington, I guess nobody has a clue. Nobody has a clue. If you listen to the commentaries in the other track, they always mention that was Flemington, the straight, the great Flemington straight.
Beating the 8 Joyo 140, the 1 common touch $1.30. I think it might be the 3 for 4th, but just wait for that to flash up. on your screens. Less than 2 minutes away from the third at Flemington. Now, I know I promised that the next few races would be up the straight, but this is not 1,500 metres. So a 3-year-old and older listed race, the Kensington Stakes, 175,000 in prize money. Persian Spirit favourite for Harry Coffey is $1.90 to 2.
That was going to lead us
460 down to 4. Is 26 down to 750. Another one of these monster moves, and it is all weight of money about that runner. No support, Run Harry Run, and the really big odds for Ben Brisbane and Jai McNeil Super Artsy is 101 down to 26, so plenty of backers there as well. Persian Spirit, most recent, was a winner at Pakenham, won the Pakenham 1400 metre quality race and beat Run Harry Run, who it faces again here. Had 55.5 that day, now gets 56 from the handicapper and goes in from out from $1.90 to $2.30. Zoo Sensation, a high quality individual, and was beaten by Warney most recent at Pakenham and third at Cranbourne over 1200 behind Jigsaw, goes $4.60 to $4, and it's a party with plenty of admirers with some Sydney form. Matt Hill goes 2, 4, 7 and 5. Last look at the board, Grid Girl, and he's into the single figures as well. 11 down to 950. It was Hill winner last time at Benchmark 94 company. But with Zoo Sensation, with 20 seconds of betting time remaining, as they've got about half the field to load.
The Run Harry Run comes up into single figures now. To party loading. Turning race here as they get set well for the first of our features. So Hughes goes in, Superazzi joins them, and Roll on High is going to be the final one. The Kensington Stakes, an excellent renewal. Persian Spirit currently 2-6 unofficial. Roll on High coming up, Craig Williams. And the field is locked away. The Kensington Stakes, they're set. Gates are back and away. Hughes a touch slow. Roll on High goes back to the end. Grid Girl jumped well with Zoo Sensation and Run Harry Run. Safari took a snick back to fourth. Then came Jimmy the Bear Superazzi. Persian Spirit third last outside of Hughes and last Roll on High. So they approach the 1,000 mark.
That's a bad idea.
From Zoo Sensation.
She's raving it. It's a 6-year-old.
Jimmy the Bear Superazzi 2.5 lengths away.
Damn, man.
Hughes and last of all is Roll on High. Grid Girl the leader, just being pressed here by Zoo Sensation at the 800 marker.
I just hope it survives.
Harry Run and also Stapati.
Run, baby.
A length and a quarter, Jimmy the Bear and Superazzi on the rails. Persian Spirit third last. Then came Hughes and Roll on High as they run for the money in the Kensington Stakes.
Don't give up, baby. Zoo Sensation. Run, baby.
3 wide, next in the field, Stapati stoked up, leaving the fence. Then Superazzi, Persian Spirit up the middle, still with a bit to do. As Zoo Sensation went to the lead. 300 metres to go. Drew a length and a half in front.
Run, baby!
Girl, Run Harry Run looks bigger than Persian.
Run! Don't look back, baby, come on! Get on! Oh no! Get, baby! Get!
Behind them, Jimmy the Bear Roll on High, and at the tail, Superazzi.
Got it!
Wins, pays 410, 150 and beats Stapati about a half head, $2 for Persian Spirit.
2, 3, 4.
40, and Matt's called the 7 for fourth. Grid Girl 2, 3, 4, 7 from the eye of the best in the business. 6 at Nowra's next, and with about 90 seconds of betting time remaining. Willingham is the favourite for Gay Waterhouse Adrian Bott, $2.70 from $3.60. Gem tight.
So it played right. 2, 3, 3 also got in with the class. 2, 3, but I was not doing well. How will you do this? 2, 3, 4. The 5 did not make it. The 5 did not make it. That becomes very difficult, but 2 was good. 2, 3, 4 and 7. Then came 7. We'll go to the next 4. I'll put up PC's name. PC. Okay, 4. One, 3, 6, 4. One, 3, 6, 4. So again, the odds are right. The odds are right. But the problem is the horse itself is not doing great. It's a class horse. The odds are right, and we followed the strategy, and that worked here on 2. But here, what happens is this, that it drops drastically. It drops drastically. And on top of that, this is a 2800 meter. Now this distance is tricky distance. And how this is tricky, and what happens in this distance. So this is as good as a distance which is like a Melbourne Cup or something like that. Melbourne Cup distance and this distance, they're kind of close by. But when you're dealing, what I have seen, forget about these are only these 2 are only the class horses. Rest everything are in the challenger class. So that way the odds are right. But what happens in this particular distance is this, that you need a dedicated jock. That's what you need. That's what you need. That's the only horse with pressure. There are no linears in this particular race. No linears are there. Linears have been scratched, or they're not there. But it's a handicapped race. That's the highest one. That's the highest pressure point. That is also the highest leverage point. That is also the highest class. There's a jock who is a dedicated jock, but he has never won with this horse. He has never won with this horse. And if we look at the numbers for these 2 class horses, then that becomes a little tricky. That becomes a little tricky. And if they are both 7-year-old geldings, then the advantage is with 2. But they are not doing great. They're not doing great. They might have the leverage. They might have been promoted. They might have been doing, got a jock and everything. But the numbers are not looking great on this horse. And rest everything is a challenger. Now if that's that it is all challengers and these two are class horses and they are not doing good, then what happens? Then it's probably a younger horse with a dedicated jock. The 4 has the highest advantage. It is also there. The 9, 6, 92, 92. 9, 7, 19, 54. This is dicey. This one is dicey. I don't know how it'll actually unfold. I don't know. The 1 is the right odd. That's there. But the 1 is not in a shape. The 1 is not in a shape. Like here, this was the highest one, right? This was the highest, but it was not in a shape. It was not in a shape. Here it is the same thing, that it could be the highest one, but it is not in a shape. So one, 3, 6, 4, 3, 5-year-old, 3, 2, 5, 6, 28, 29, 92. This is also 92. And the advantage is more. Has a jock. Things can go wrong in this one. There's no clarity. The 1 is the right odd, but it is not doing great. It is, I don't know whether 1 will win. And if 1 is there, I mean, this race is a tricky one. Why? Because the distance is huge. It's at 2,800 meters. It is not something that can actually we can 79, 90, 60. This is high. 76, 67, 90, 92, 93, 27, 37, 37, 73. This is 8-year-old. 79, 27. This is 45 at 73. 6, 5. This is 6-year-old. This is also 6-year-old. '92, 13, 92, and 18, 91, 73, 74, 79. This not probably no. Not happening. I don't think so. 97, 85, 91, 60. This is a higher rate. We'll take a look. 2. That. And 3. 89. Nailed it. I don't know this one. This thing can backfire. This thing can backfire. The problem is the distance. The 1 is the favorite because it has the class. It's a listed race. Ideally the class should play, but it will only play if the numbers are right here. The numbers are not right here. Here, why it played on 2? Because the numbers were right, at least borderline right, and still had the class. But here it is not that. It is not borderline right. It is not doing great. It is here. Where and how will it work? I don't know. I don't know whether it will work. This doesn't look great. It might because of the class if the listed race, it works. But the problem is, it's a listed race. Both of the class horses are doing bad, and the challenger horses are doing better. So, out of which this one is an 8-year-old gelding. So that is that. So if we look at these horses up till here, okay, up till here, if we look, then 96, 92, 92, 18, 92, 91, 45. And then it is 79, 27, 45 and 27. The 6 has an upper hand. The 6 has an upper hand. The 6 is an upper hand. And I'll tell you why it has an upper hand and why not 4. So the 4 is a drop in class, okay? The 4 is a drop in class. Now, they're like borderline here and there. They're the same class. The difference is this, that the 4 has a better hand. That is there, which is good. But 6 is good. 6 is good. After this 24, 36, 9, 24. This is 24, that's 18. This is 23 at 92, 73. 3, 2. 73, this is 23, this is 24. That is a 5-year-old, this is a 6-year-old. Close. Very close. 6 has an upper hand, but I'm not sure. This thing, the problem is the distance. This distance can backfire, especially with the kind of horses that we have. If we look through the DICR, that's these two are the highest rated. But look at the numbers. How will that work? The next one comes an 8-year-old building. I don't know if that thing is there and going to work, or not work. I don't know. The 3 is with pressure model drops. This one is code 76 7973. This is 7924. This is 23. That is 33. 23. That is 43 to the 24. 36. So if they are in the same class, the advantage will work, but will work I mean, I would have been a lot more confident on 4 if this was not a drop-in class. The hand's good. This horse has been into this track, has done this distance. That's that part of the story. So that way 4 has an upper hand, but 4 is a drop-in class. Whether it'll actually act is something that we don't know. Both of them are 6-year-old geldings. The advantage is definitely higher on 4, a better hand. This is a better horse. Advantage is low, has a jock, has done the same distance. I mean, these two guys have done the same distance, more or less the same time. So the 6 is good, but this distance is tricky. I don't know. It'll work. It'll fail. Best to stay out of this one. This thing might just backfire like nobody's business. But the 6 is good. I don't know about the 1. The 1 is through the class. It is good, but look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. Those are not supportive. Those numbers are not supportive. PC! Thank you so much for doing that. Happy New Year to you too, my friend. This probably is better to stay out of this one. I don't have confidence. I don't know how it'll work. That 1 is not definitely, I mean, it's the highest class, good, but not in a great shape. The 1 which actually has some brilliant numbers is an 8-year-old. Then it is all dicey. Then it is, how they're played, how good the jockey decisions are going to be. All those things will matter. But I think here, one thing is definitely, the horses that has dedicated jocks. One of them is 2. The other one is 8. Not doing great. So these are dedicated. I mean, this distance is a distance where you need a dedicated jock. If that jock does the thing, it's a tough call, PC. It's a tough call. It's best to I mean, 1 could lead, yes. That might happen. 1 could lead, 1 could win. That those are all possibilities. That's there. But 2,800 meter with a 7-year-old gelding, which is not doing well, is a tough call to make. It's a very tough call to make. I mean, I would have backed this one if the numbers were like this, at least like this. It falls into that gray area, which I don't know. I don't know if that'll work. Three. Yeah, those things are still there. You see that those numbers are still there. Those things can work. Now, at this distance, physics doesn't make sense. All right, at this distance, the physics is not required. None of the horses require physics. So those things are possible. But when, if we look at all these horses, okay, starting from here till here. Now, if those are the same class, then two things will play. One is how the horse is doing, and what is the condition of the horse. That's the first criteria. The second criteria is what kind of an advantage it has. Like these two has the same advantage, but it is doing better than this. So 6 definitely is a chance. The other thing that might happen is it'll go through this advantage, and 4 will win because it is the highest advantage model here. 3 and 7, they are like neck to neck. In that case, 7 has higher advantage with a leverage. So then 7 gets opened up. So all those things will get involved, PC. It's a tough thing. It's a tough thing as in like it's better to stay away. It's there's no clarity in this one. And things might backfire. Things might backfire. Let's see how it works. I like the 6. But I'm not sure if this will work. I'm not sure. The why I like the 6 is because of the fact that if you look at these two horses, then this one definitely has higher advantage. But this thing is in form, has a jock. So that's why I like the 6. But the distance is a killer distance. That will it survive? The jockey will take the right call on this. Those are too many factors involved. Too many factors involved. After this, it is all on the straight. Those are twice as dicey as this one. After this, it is going to be on the straight, and that straight is a puzzle. That straight is a puzzle. How that straight behaves, God only knows. Unfulfilled Pinjara.
And get a boost on your winnings in bonus bets. Wow.
What are you really gambling with?
Pro Nature, an advanced multi-strain probiotic, works by flooding the gut with billions of naturally occurring beneficial bacteria that are essential for intestinal good health. Using Pro Nature every day protects your valuable animals and birds by establishing and maintaining a healthy gut, protecting them from scours, reducing digestive upsets and stress while maintaining good health. It's naturally safe and ideal for animals of all ages. ProNature is available in a wide range of packs from International Animal Health.
800 metres, so the long distance race of the day from Flemington, and it also represents the last leg of the early quarter. If you're live in that particular bet type, you need 3, 8 and 2 to be alive. Favourite here is Future History for Ethan Brown and Kieran Maher off $2.80. Star Vegas second elect is $4.60 from $3.90, and interpretation is $8 from $6. Best back to beat the lot of these, Garrett Chico for Mickey D, $11 down to $7, and rest of them headed by Spy Caster, but it's the noticeable drifter, $4.60 out to $8. So Future History comes through a lot of really good races. Won a quality listed at Randwick last time out, beat Asterix by just over a neck, and that was over the 2,400 metres, so stepping up 2 furlongs today, but that certainly doesn't worry Future History. He's a very well-known stayer in Victoria. Star Vegas second elect, ran second at Pakenham most recent, over 2,500 in their cup, and was beaten by Tara Mansour by 3 1/4. This 5-year-old son of Lope de Vega, 4 from 31 in his career, and Garrett Chico, best back to beat the lot of these, is coming off a 10th in that Pakenham Cup and also an 11th at Caulfield over 2,400 metres. Selections for Matt Hill, he goes 1, 3, 6 and 8 for the Bagot handicap. Let's join him.
So the starting point just short of the entrance into the home straight, down to the post, and 1 lap of famous Flemington in front of a really healthy crowd here today for this time-honoured feature, as Diwali goes in, completes the line, and the field is set. Future History, the favourite, racing in the Bagot, and Future History from barrier number 3 was one of the better ones away with Strawberry Rock. Garrett Chico and Spaycaster out wide is also going to saunter over, and it's not fast early. Wheelstone was the last to leave the gates and has dragged back to the tail of the field. At the clock tower with a lap to go, it's on the outside, Spaycaster just shading Future History, and then came Garrett Chico and Strawberry Rock fourth on the rails. A gap of a length and 3/4, Star Vega. Then Commander Harry Diwali as they punch into this strong headwind. Second last, Interpretation, and Wheelstone is at the tail. 2,200 metres to go. They swing towards the riverside where the leader is Future History. The favourite is about a length and 1/4 in front of Spaycaster in second on the outer, ridden by Craig Williams, looking for his 3rd victory in the Bagot. Then Strawberry Rock tucked away 3rd, and they're 2 lengths in front of Garrett Chico, the outer of Commander Harry. 2 further back is Star Vega, a length and 1/4 Interpretation. Diwali and 2 lengths Wheelstone is at the rear. So with 1,700 metres to run, Future History is the front runner with the 60 kilos for Ethan Brown, and it's only a bit of a saunter here from Spaycaster second and Strawberry Rock is 3rd. They're 2.5 Garrett Chico, then Commander Harry, well back Star Vega outside of Interpretation from Diwali and Wheelstone as they reach the bridge of the 1,400 metres. Future History is getting every single favour in front here at the moment, and led by a length and 1/4. It's been virtually in front from the start with Spaycaster, who just edged a little bit closer at Chiquita Lodge down the 1,200 metres, 3/4 of a length away. Strawberry Rock is 3rd the inner, 2 lengths to Garrett Chico. They were followed by Commander Harry. Next to Star Vega, Interpretation. Diwali is second last, and Wheelstone saw them all. So the leader at the 1,000 metres, Future History, just being pushed a little now by Spaycaster, and then 2 lengths Strawberry Rock, 3/4 Garrett Chico, 2 lengths Commander Harry as they approach the entrance to the home straight. Star Vega's about 7 off the lead from Interpretation, Diwali and Wheelstone. In the 142nd running of the Bagot handicap, it's Future History the leader at the 650 with Garrett Chico now moving up on the outside with Spaycaster under the Persuader. Strawberry Rock behind those, and they were followed by Star Vega, Commander Harry, and next Interpretation into the straight. Future History called upon at the 400 metres with Garrett Chico throwing out a challenge. Strawberry Rock will get a run between them. Star Vega boxing on, Diwali and Wheelstone staying on. Future History 300 To go by over a length, Strawberry Rock, Garachico and Wheelstone from the back of the field. Future History, 200 metres to go. A length and a quarter in front of Garachico and Wheelstone, then Strawberry Rock. Future History with 50 metres to go is staying on. It's the stronger and on the back. And Future History, 3/4
1-9.
Interpretation from Garachico, Diwali and Strawberry Rock all in
1-9. 1-9-2.
Future History, too strong for them, wins the Bagot with the big weight, pays 331.40, beats Wheelstone at 580. Now the 2 looks like it's run third and fourth will leave to the judge, so 1-9-2 prominent, and the rest of them will have to fight out fourth on the board at Flemington. Next race
Yeah, but it was dicey, PC. It was dicey.
Tari is the last.
It was dicey. The one was good. I mean, through the class, it is good, right? But it was dicey, definitely. 1, then the 9. 1-9. So it just played leverage, you see. 1-9. 1-9-2. Just play 1-9-2 is the class. 1-9-2. 1-9-2. That played. 9 came in with the leverage. This one was the highest. This is the second. Drift. 1-9. That happened. Anyway, we'll go to the next. Now here onwards it is Dicey Pro Max. We'll take a look at the odds. 5. 8 and 11 has been scratched. 10, 3, 2, 7. 10, 3, 2, and 7. So this one is like Dicey Pro Max. Why it is Dicey Pro Max? Because of multiple dicey factors. The first dicey factor is this, that it is a same sex, same age. I don't know how this thing works. This is the first dicey factor. The second dicey factor is that this is going to be on straight. Nobody has a clue of how the straight works. The 10, which is the favorite, is actually an EW. It is a very high rated, but it is of the challenger class. The class is here on these guys, alright? So if we look through the DICR, then we get this one, this one. So what happens in a race like this? Generally, what exactly happens? So what we have seen racing all mares, same sex, same age kind of a situation, what I have seen is that it generally goes with a low pressure because they have almost same body weight. If that's the case, then it goes with a low pressure. So that way 10 fits the bill. All right, that way 10 fits the bill. It's the lowest pressure on this horse. It's one of the highest rated, but it's a challenger class. In that way, the 10 fits the bill. Now, what could go wrong? What could go wrong is this, that the class kicks in. If the class kicks in, then it is going to be upside down. Like these two horses, this one definitely not doing well, but so the highest leverage point is on 3. So that is the highest promoted. It is a higher class. That's the first thing. All right. The physics doesn't matter on this straight. The physics is useless on the straight. I mean, almost everything is useless on the straight. No matter how hard we think and whatever we do, it always backfires. So the physics doesn't need to be there. The highest leverage point is this one, the 3, which is the highest promoted. That's also one of the highest class horses. That's like that. And then we have 1, which is actually a higher class with a low pressure, but this one is lower. The pressure is definitely lower. It is like that. Now, ten 3 2 7 3. is the highest leverage. 10 is not challenger. So let's, if we just do the amortization of this, what's going on. So what are the things that are required to be present in a race or to win in a race? So definitely leverage is one of them. Now, if the leverage is like this one, how did it get through is because of the leverage. That's the highest leverage, and then there's one with the class. So now how leverage basically works, and what, if we, let's say if we are at the races and we have to identify the right horses, which we are trying to do, then the first thing that will get into the picture is why this horse is there and what is the benefit on this horse. Is this horse a fit of this particular race? That's the first question. Is this horse a fit? Now, how do we know it is a fit? If they are of the challenger class, then they need to be promoted. They need to have a promotion. So the promotion is not high enough on 10. That's the leverage. The leverage is not high enough. So what does that mean? I mean, if we look at the races that we have done today, so what happens basically is that there is a class which is there in the race present. All right, that's the class. Then the challenger class comes up with leverage. They have been promoted, right? That's the promotion. Those are the numbers that tells us how good that horse is and why that horse is present in this race. Because they've been promoted. Now, after the promotion, what are they facing? They are facing the class. Once they've been promoted, they're going to face the class, which is already existing there. All right, it is the known devil who's already there. They are the challenger class. They need the leverage to be there, present, and the task is to challenge the highest rated guys. And if they're not in a shape, they will win. If they're in shape, they will win. So here, that 10 fits the bill in two ways. One is this, that it's a same sex, same age. What we have noticed is in Victoria, when it is a same sex, same age, the low pressure works. That's great. The other thing is that the form is fantastic. That is also great. But it is a challenger class and it doesn't have the promotion. If we look through the leverage, that is here. The leverages are up here. All right, it is here. It's a challenger. The leverage is not high enough for a benchmark 74. It's not that we are at a listed race, but these guys are here. Okay. So now if, let's say that this one is there, but the leverage is lesser, but it has a body weight, low pressure, is doing well, but a challenger. So what it is going to do is it is going to challenge these guys, all right? The one in greens or the one in blues, depending on how they are doing. So is going to challenge these guys. So now these guys are already sitting there to nail him with leverage. They are already of the class and they have a leverage. I mean, they can be promoted to the next class, which is probably benchmark 78. Now, if that's the case, that it is a challenger, but it doesn't have leverage, doing pretty well, fits the bill with the pressure. That's one way of looking at it. The second way of looking at it is this, that it is going to be facing the higher rated horses. And if the higher rated horses are there with leverage, and this one doesn't have, then this is in trouble. The other factor is this, that this is a same sex, same age. We need a low pressure. So if we try and look for a horse which is a class and a low pressure, that is 1 and 5. These two horses. Okay. And how it is fitting here is like this, that this becomes this and this becomes this. So the 1 is anyway, whatever that is. The high pressure will not work. A challenger with no leverage is a dicey proposition. And on top of that, it is on the straight. So things can go wrong. And things can go wrong in it generally goes wrong. So there is nothing new to it. A same sex, same age generally goes wrong. On top of that, it is on the straight. So I am out. And I don't know how it will play. 10 fits the bill of low pressure. That is something that it fits. But it doesn't fit the story. It doesn't fit the story. The story needed to have a leverage. Why it is here? What is it doing here today? It's a challenger. It became favorite, but it doesn't have the leverage. So that, I mean, if we look at these horses, all right. So now let's take a look at these horses. So the 12 has more leverage. The 12 has more leverage than this one. And this one. So leverage basically is the promotion. Which horse got promoted because of their past performances. We can't look at what they have done in the last 2 races and 3 races, but what we can look at is the horse promoted? How is it doing here in the form field? Does it have the physics, which doesn't matter on the straight? So it's a dicey one. Maybe it'll win because of the low pressure that generally clicks. The flip side is that the zeros don't win. The flip side is that the zeros don't win. And also it doesn't fit the story. Also it doesn't fit the story of the race. Every race has a story. Every race has a story. Like the leverage worked, all right? They were of the same class. They were of the same class. Why 9 came in second is because of the leverage. It was not doing well. I had no confidence on this. But the numbers talk. The numbers will tell you what happened exactly. That was the promotion. All right? That's the leverage. So if that doesn't have leverage and it is a challenger here, that automatically gets into a dicey position. Then the class horses are not going to sit there and lay eggs. It's a same sex, same age. Probably it will work on a low pressure model. That puts 5 into check. And the other one is that 14% here. This one. 1. This is a very high class horse. And look at the pressure, it's almost nothing on that horse. So things can go wrong. The 10 is the favorite, it fits partially the bill, it doesn't fit the story. Will it win? I don't know. Will I get in? No. Do I have any clue? No. And I need to go to the washroom. Yes, you're right. It's midweek crap from now on, and that is how probably it will work. I don't know if that 10 is going to work. I mean, it's not that we have everything sorted. No, we don't have everything sorted. We are constantly backtesting, we are constantly doing live racing, we are constantly trying to predict what might work, what might not work. I do not like to get into a kind of a situation that doesn't visibly gives me the satisfaction of what the results have been when I've done backtesting on any of the races. We have raced here at Flemington, we have raced at Sandown, we have raced at other Victorian tracks. This structure, the first thing is this structure is that I mean, it's a very dicey structure. Same sex, same age, don't work. No matter how hard we try, it always backfires. That's the first thing. The second thing is this, that we are trying to get this thing right, and we have to get the right indications. We have to get the right thing placed at the right place. So 10 fits the bill partially. Flip side is zeros don't win. It doesn't have the leverage. It's a horse which is a challenger class. It is trying to challenge all the higher rated horses here. What will happen is only God knows. This probably is, we should get a drink. The next one might be a better race. We'll take a look at that, but this one is definitely, it's as good as this one. I mean, it's all hope. Maybe, may not be. This one still, we had a clarity. I mean, why this is favorite is because of the class, okay? The 16 went through the leverage that worked. Here the 9 came in because of the leverage, and then this one, the 2, came in because of the class. The rest, everything was sitting idle. They did not do anything. So now if we do an analysis on this, what we get to find is this, that when they're of the same class, the leverage will talk. But with the leverage, they also need to be in a great shape. That will give us confidence. This one, I did not have any confidence because it's not looking that it is in a great shape. Nobody thought it will actually get in. There's only one indicator that says that it has been promoted. Out of all the other horses, this is the highest number that we find on the challenger class. So probably, we should start believing that and not that, but that is also fact. This is also a fact. So how that relates and in what condition it relates, those are the things that needs to be figured out in time. This is one of the most volatile subject under the sun that we deal with. Horse racing. Nobody has any data. It is not like the stock exchange where people has data for last few decades. No, it is not like that. There's no indicators, there's no RSI, there is no volume trend, there's nothing. You don't have all those. What you have is what market is saying, and what we are trying to do is to interpret what market is saying. If market is saying that this thing is going to win on the basis of what? Yes, they have a point that it is a low pressure. There's a jock on this. Got it. But those two factors are not enough. Race 5-3. 3. Maybe that is the highest leverage point. It's a class horse, maybe, but it lacks the jock. It lacks the jock. It lacks the jock. That's the issue, that it lacks the jock. We needed a low pressure horse with a leverage, or a class. A leverage with a low pressure or a class with a low pressure, which brings us to 1 and this 5. Well, whether that'll work, I mean, this recipe is like this recipe is like, a lethal recipe. I'll be back in a jiffy from the washroom. We've just got 3 minutes to go. I'll go after this. What is that happening?
Starts with a reliable team here at the table. That's why we only use Toyota forklifts. We tried other forklifts and reliability was a massive problem. Toyota forklifts changed that. These machines work hard all day, every day. How good is that? If you're asking me about a safe bet, this is the one.
This program is brought to you by TAB. Now that's something to shout about. TAB, we're on. Chances are you're about to lose. International Animal Health Products, the manufacturers and marketers of horse water rehydration and recovery, and Electromix electrolytes and sweat. And Harvey Norman, half-yearly clearance on now. Best brands It's best range, best prices.
First leg of the quaddie from Flemington, over 1,000 metres. We're up to 5 furlongs to start the main quaddie, and with about 60 seconds of betting time remaining. Cavalry Girl is your favourite for Tom Dabinick, 370 from $6. Craig Williams aboard. Mystic Rain, 2 kilos off, $4.60 now, equal favourite, 380 with Logan Bates to jump in the saddle. $11 for Jamie Mellon, 26 into 650. There's a big move. And One Hard Lady, $11 down to 7. Vein Champagne is 15 to 9. And the rest of them have been summarily left alone. So it's all market focus at the top of the board. Cavalry Girl is the most recent second place getter on the Heath and was carrying 60 kilos that day. Was only beaten a length by Job Done on that occasion. Was a Mornington winner 4 starts ago as well. Matt Hill, with 20 seconds of betting time remaining, goes 3, 10, 11 and 6. Is with Mystic Rain, the one that's been well tried into favouritism. It's first
Gatekeeper 3.
Most recent was 10th in a 3-year-old Open Fillies race behind Vein Champagne. Let's join Matt for the first leg of the quaddie.
On 2 of them, Mystic Rain and also Feroci. Hard race in the corner of Mystic Rain, like the fact that Hedged beat her in a jump out. Of course, Hedge taking out the Christmas Stakes on Boxing Day. Mystic Rain showed class earlier this year in the autumn. The tough assignments. Some real speed demons here in this fillies and mares contest. Last one coming forward, Mystic Rain. The fancier gallop over 1,000 metres, kicking off the quaddie, and they're set to run. Set now. So back and they're away. Levangela away pretty well towards the outside. One Hard Lady jumped quickly and led Always Enough, and over on the far side Cavalry Girl. Then Levangela and Wiltshire Square and Pure Bliss, followed by Monarchia Miss towards the outside. Mystic Rain. Cavalry Girl leads the race outright, I'd suggest. Well back for Roshi and Vein Champagne. They charge towards the course proper. 600 metres to go. There's a division of 3 horses on the flat side, led by Cavalry Girl. 2 lengths Wiltshire Square, maybe even 3 lengths, and Pure Bliss the other one in that division. Up the outside, they're led by Always Enough from One Hard Lady, Mystic Rain, then Levangela, Monarchia Miss, Feroci, Vein Champagne at the 250. Cavalry Girl over on the inside rail, nursed by Williams. Pure Bliss has just about got her. Over on this side, One Hard Lady leading Always Enough. Cavalry Girl had a kick on the outside. Monarchia Miss is putting in, and Vein Champagne is flying. Cavalry Girl is holding on though. It's going to be a photo, but Cavalry Girl has just lasted, I think, from Monarchia Miss, but hold on to your briefs, and then Vein Champagne. Next in the field, Levangela, Wiltshire Square, in company then with the Mystic Rain and Always Enough. Towards the back, One Hard Lady and also Feroci. Cavalry Girl. Over on the inside, Craig Williams, and very shortly, flying into the picture will be out wide Monarchia Miss, but it'll be Cavalry Girl winning.
10-9-6.
Number 10. Cavalry Girl wins. Well, just when it looked like over on the far side, Pure Bliss was about to gather her in, he's put the foot down. Over on the flat side rail and just gave a little bit for the finish. Monarchia Miss over on this side was the late closer, along with Vein.
10-9-6. I'll show you what happened. So 10 was the right favorite, low pressure. Then 9. Low pressure, and 6, this one. So the low pressure actually works at with this recipe. The low pressure actually works. (1096). We'll go to the next 6. Four, 7, 13. Scratched. 15, 2, 3, and 12. So let's take a look at what has been happening. Okay, so if you look at 10, now what is the difference between 12 and 10? Right, they all had great numbers. Okay, but when we are looking at the C edge, that is the lowest, and we see that pressure is the lowest on 10. Okay, it went through. Now, how generally this works is basically this, that first you have the horse, how good the horse is doing. That's the first thing. Second thing is how the form of the horse. Now, what is the difference between the horse and the horse form? The horse has a rating, right? This HR is the horse rating. Now, this is a unified number. This is like cryptocurrency. It could be different. A currency, a fiat currency could be different for Australia. Fiat currency could be different for India and US. But for horse racing, I had to get to a currency like a crypto, where it is unified, and that it will not differ whether we are racing here or in Hong Kong or in US. So that's the horse rating. The FR is the condition of the horse. What is the condition of the horse? Is it doing well? Is it carrying conditions, as in like not doing well, like these horses? So that's the second thing. The third thing is how strongly this thing has been handicapped. So we get it through two sections. One is here, that it is not handicapped, it is open to run, and we get the exact number here. Okay, and this is the pressure module. This is the handicapping module, this is the pressure module. And then whether it has run on this particular distance at this track, how is the hand, the jockey, what is the character. So we do that. Now, if you look at this particular section, so this was 63, this was 60. This is 63 by 44 on the handicapping side, which is a very high handicapping on this horse, right? This is a very high handicapping on this horse. On the other hand, this is neck to neck, but the handicapping is almost negligible. Now, if we look here, okay, if we look here, then what we see is that 15 is all green. It's on the top line. It's the linear. It's a challenger. There's a jockey. And if we look at the handicapping, it is the highest handicapped, right? It is the highest handicapped, which is what happens when the horse is very good. When the horse is actually very good, that is when you will get that it is here on the VH scale, it is going to be the lowest, and then it is going to be the highest here, right? So in order to this was the same sex, same age, but if you are looking at, let's say this 8-year-old, all right, it was one of the highest handicapped horses, though it was doing well, but it was an 8-year-old gelding. It could not deliver that. So here it is the highest handicapped, which means that it is one of the best horses. And we see that it is a challenger horse. It is challenging everybody else in this race. So ideally, what this translates into is this horse is a good one. It's a good horse. It's a performing horse, and ideally it should win. Where things can go wrong and how things go wrong. So it is a challenger class, highest on the handicapping side. We see that. And there are other horses which are higher in class, and then the handicapping drops. All right. If we look at that, this is the exact scale of the handicapping. How strongly it is handicapped or how strongly it is not handicapped. So now then the thing is, if this is a challenger class and it is highly handicapped, which is what we can see, and then there is a class horse which is not handicapped, like here this was not handicapped, right? So it went through. And here this guy is not handicapped. And then when we go down, they are not at all handicapped. They're like advantage models. Okay. But that also means that they probably are not best of the lot. They're not probably. The higher handicap means that the horse is good. The flip side is that it's a challenger challenging this one, at least here at this point of time, which is with a lower handicap. Now, what happens with these kind of situations, all right? What we have done racing, and what we know is a linear will win, then an advantage will get in, and then again a pressure is going to build up. Okay, so now what we need to identify is how this thing might play. So the odds are right. 5-3 is exactly how 15-3 is exactly how it should play. All right, the rest definitely depends on how the jockeys are handling the case, but that's more or less how it should play. So this is high handicapped challenger, not of the class, challenger, but one of the performing horses in great form, has a jock, will run on the straight. So now where are the discrepancies, and what are the discrepancies? So ideally, as a linear, this one should have higher ending pressure, all right? But 3 has a higher ending pressure, and 3 is also on the leverage side. on the leverage side. The condition is 46. This one is 48. Here it is 56. It is a higher class. This is challenging. This is with advantage. So ideally, the odds are right. It should play exactly like that. And why in this case, the we are talking about a challenger class, and why we are not talking about a class that can win. So the reason is it is a benchmark 70. Okay, it's a benchmark 70. It's going to be on the straight. Age is a factor. It's a 4-year-old mare. It might be challenging, but it is doing better than the class horses. That's true. That's why it is favorite. The other thing that I wanted to talk and I missed out is the higher the difference, like this is 43 and this is 7. The higher the difference on CR and CH, it is better. It is better. The higher the difference from CR to CH. If the CR is high and the CH is low, that means it is a good horse, has the ability to run, but less handicapped. This is a 44 by 44. The CR plus they are like that, so that did not match. They kind of got nailed. Here it is 54 by 30. All right, so the horse is doing good. The handicapping that it has is probably less than the capability of the horse, and it has a jock. So ideally 15 should win. The odds are right. What might interfere in this? What might interfere in this? The class, definitely, because the class is the class. And why class is the class is because in Australia it is a very well designed layout. It's a very, very well designed layout. What we see here is an interpretation of that. If you have the time, if you study their manuals and the publications that they have, they clearly have mentioned certain guidelines there. And if you put them into numbers and do your own research and do your own thing, you will be able to develop something like this. It took me 2 years to get here. I'm still not perfect. But point is this, that it's a very well designed layout. So if this horse is doing fantastic and the handicapping is not at par with this, then it is good. Age is on the side. What could go wrong is definitely the class and the advantage. But generally, what happens is the linear, then, like the odds are, we generally look at the odds later, but we look at how the advantage might play and where it will play. So in that respect, the odds are right. But will it actually play like this? And if it doesn't, why? So it should play like this. 15 should win. Gate number doesn't matter because it's going to be on the flat straight. Physics doesn't matter, though it has the physics, which is good. So ideally, this should work. It's It's a very heavyweight horse. Everything is on its side. The class horses are falling down on the numbers. The numbers are higher here, but they fall in class. So it's a moderately safe zone. Is it a clean go? None of the races are, unless we find a absolute picture perfect kind of a situation. But probably yes, this should work. The difference has to be higher. Here it was 43/7 and it won. This is pure mathematics. There's no jargons into it, what it did in the last race and why it won. High rated horse, low handicapping, great jock, went through. Done and dusted. The situation is about the same. But if the class interferes with a low pressure, that could be a problem. Neutrals generally don't win, so I'm not very keen on this. The next fall is here, which is the advantage line. The highest advantage is on this guy, which is probably the highest rated from gate number 1-7. So, but nobody is into this. This is the highest rated, not doing well. We can see why people are not supporting this. It's not doing well. Same thing with this guy, and that happens. So odds are right. Odds are right. Now, whether that'll work is a kind of a situation that we will get to know in a few minutes, and whether we should get involved, that's a personal choice. We know what things can go wrong. It's a good horse. The handicapping is not at par, so it is still able to overcome this handicapping. It is still in a kind of a situation where it can actually overrule this number. And that's one of the highest green line that we can see. It's the linear. Hand is good. Jockey is good. Pressure is what we can see. So ideally, the odds are right. The odds are right. We'll see how it works. I'm so nervous of this straight. I can't, even if I scream, I can't express myself. I'm so nervous of this particular straight.
Wins number 6, far too good for them. Beats the 2 and the 7. Should be 4 for 4th on that first at Ballarat. 6 at Flemington, up the straight again, 1,000 metres here. Celerity is the favourite, 460 down to even money. Good support here for the Godolphin runner, Jamie Mellon and Kieran Marr combining. Harry Got Styles, $11 to $4. Hello Romeo, $6.50 after 6. And Salsa Fellows had a nibble, $15 to $7.50, $8.50 now. Back to $8 on the 4th line of betting. 17s or bigger the rest. Command Success is 26 to 17. Nat Hill sends them 15, 12, 3 and 10 in a big field up the straight. Let's head to Flemington.
The New Year's Eve twilight sprints. No doubt a raging success for the Victoria Racing Club. A really good crowd here today. Looking forward to the last few races and the fireworks, of course, later on as well. Now, Harry Got Styles, who's $5 into $4.20 on bookmakers, about to come along. Harry Got Styles with Logan Bates. Moves in. Feel locked away. Plenty of movement in there. And attended with Soju in barrier number 2. They're racing. Soju jumped away pretty quickly, with also Dapper Don and Command Success up the middle, and Hello Romeo is up there in the leading division as well with Pano's Pride. So Hello Romeo with Pano's Pride. They look to split over on the far side home. Soju behind him with Dapper Don, Command Success, Umgawa. Coming up the outside, Hello Romeo led Celerity, and also out wider on the course, Reigning King, a gap. Harry Got Styles. Also Big Day Out and Salsa Fellow last of that group. Two distinct groups here at the 450. Over on the far side, it's Pano's Pride with a good buffer there from Soju and Command Success. Hello Romeo and Celerity coming up the middle together. It might just be in front outright, and then a gap. Harry Got Styles running on, 200 metres to go. Celerity let down and took the front outright from a wayward Pano's Pride. Then Hello Romeo, Harry Got Styles, but Celerity's coming away for Jamie Mellon and will walk in. Celerity
15.
Then Soju, and back behind those horses, Command Success, Pano's Pride, Umgawa, Big Day Out, Dapper Don, Reigning King and Home. Well, that was an easy watch if you backed the favourite. Celerity joined in with Hello Romeo up the middle, and as if jet propelled has raced away under hands and heels at 2:10 and 1:30 on the tote. 2:25 VOP has trotted up. A deserved win after racing pretty well just outside the placings on Crampton Cup Day behind the very, very speedy Gin Tonic. It wasn't beaten that far at Pakenham behind Manolo Bling. It was
15, 3 and 12. This is 6, 5, 29, 0. We'll go to the next 1100 meter. Two, 3, 4 has been scratched. 2, 3, 4 has been scratched. 16, 6, 12 and 9. 12 and 19. I'm sorry, 12 and 19. This is a trap. So why this is a trap? So the thing is the 16, which is the favorite, okay? The 16, which is the favorite, is a good hand. That's one part of the story. The second thing is this, that it's not of the class. Then they straight go to where 6, okay? 6 is not doing well but has a low pressure, is a high rated horse. The highest one is actually 1, okay, which is going to run neutral. Now the problem is this, that with 1, the jock has never won a race here at Flemington. It's an apprentice jock. So that's That's the problem with one, that the jock has never raced here. But ideally, that one is the one. Okay. It's very difficult here. It is very difficult here. I don't know if those things will work. I don't know whether those things will work. The 6 is the second favorite, which is here. And this is a 7-year-old mare. I don't know what to make of that. So that's that. See, the difficulty with 6 is this, that the 6 is not doing great. For winning, it is not doing great. Place, maybe. It is one of the highest rated, true. But this one is also there. The jock is an issue. He's never won a race here at Flemington. That's an issue. But it's on the straight. The jock has hardly anything to do. It's going to run neutral. I don't support neutral horses. But look at the numbers. They kind of are scary on this. The 19 is a 40 by 77. Here what happened? It was a 54 by 30. It went through like a storm. Here it is a 40 by 77, which is like double the handicapping that it can actually deliver. So whether that will happen, it's a wild goose chase. I don't know. It's a high rated horse that's in form. All that is good, but that doesn't give any confidence. 16 doesn't give any confidence. I don't know what will work here. This doesn't give me any confidence. The one which is good is going to run neutral, and the jockey has never won a race. So the story is pretty much cooked. The story is pretty much cooked. 23 by 82. These are the highest handicapped. All right. These two are the highest handicap. Look at them. How will it work? I don't know. I have no clue how this will work. And then on the class side, this one is the highest leverage, where it's like that. Don't know. The one is a check. The jock has never won a race, but it is going to be on the straight. It is 34 by 8, not doing well. This definitely supports. This definitely supports the fact that it is at 34 by 8, maybe has a jock, but it is a horse. Whether it will run is $1 million question. It might just say, no, I'm not going to run. I don't know this. This thing is a trap. This thing is a trap. They've given favorites. Two of the favorites. The first three, the favorites did not work. All right. Here the favorites did not work. We won. We had a feeling how things might work. But the favorites definitely failed in the first three. We had 100% strike rate on the first three. The fourth one I stepped out because not looking good. But the favorite actually got in. So that was the first favorite. Here the second favorite also went home. Now this is the third favorite here also went home. This is the third favorite. Now it is the question of the fourth favorite, which is here, the 16. It doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. So the favorite quota is almost at the brim. You're expecting on Wednesday about 30 to 40%. So three horses, the favorites, have actually come in. But here things are dicey. Dicey. I don't know whether it'll work. I don't know. Chances are no. It will not work. 38 minus 5. This is 42 from gate number 10. Why will not 8 get there? For what joy 8 is not going to nail the 16 and stick it on the wall? For what joy it will not be able to do it? It is higher in class, higher in advantage, higher in form, less handicapping. Why the 8 is not going to stick these 16? Why the 8 is not going to stick the 16 to the winning post? And what will happen to 1? It's a 1100 meter. The pressure is going to play, but I don't know which pressure is going to play. What pressure? This thing. 32 by 8. I don't know this. Do I have a link to the Discord? I have to fix the Discord. The Discord, nobody wanted to be there, so the Discord got discontinued. I have to fix it. I have the Discord, but I don't know whether those links are working. But I'll update that in the next day. During races, I'll make sure that the Discord is up and running. PC and Lewis used to be there on Discord, but then there's some problem came up with PC's device, and PC couldn't log in. Lewis had the same issue last time, couldn't speak. So there's definitely some technical problem with the Discord. I'm not good with Discord. I was actually trying to learn, but in the process it got discontinued. The thing is that, I mean, if you look at how things are, there are certain decisions that are clean, right? There are certain decisions that are clean and can be taken. And there are certain decisions which looks very dicey. We don't have the what we lack is this, that we can read the numbers. All right, we can read the numbers and we know where the advantage is, and probably the entire world is doing that. Every analytics in the world works with numbers. That's one side of the story. The other side of the story is that the analytics is on the world's most volatile subject, horse racing. Whether a horse will come out of the gates, it'll run. The jockey is going to be there on the horse till the end of the race, not lose his whip, not fall down from the horse. These are the things you can't measure. You can't do anything about all this. These things, they exist there. They exist in this race, and you have to believe that they're there. What needs to be there is probably this, that, knowing the risk which is there, and making sure that you do not fall into that trap. Not every race is there for you to get in. There's no reason. Don't get in. There's no reason. We race twice every week and we choose the best grounds. So there's always a next race. If the confidence doesn't work, if the arrangement doesn't look good, step out of it. Step out of it. It doesn't make sense. And this one, I don't know. I mean, you tell me why the aid will not stick this guy up on the wall. This is a higher class. This is a lower class. This is doing better with a lot of advantage. In 16 is like struggling. It has a good hand. Good. But that's not enough. What the one is going to do? Lay eggs? Is the highest class horse is going to lay eggs? The 6 is not doing well. On top of that, it is a horse. It has a dedicated jock, which is one good side, but difficult. The one is not the favorite because of the jock. That's the only reason that one is not favorite. Otherwise, the one would have been favorite. That puts into into double trouble. Now people are not expecting that to win, but it is quite capable of delivering the whatever is nonsense is there. Especially because it doesn't have bends. The jockey has hardly any role to play. He has not won here. That's a different thing. This race doesn't have bends. It's going to be on the straight. But one thing that has happened is that the deviation model that we added here, what the deviation is, that deviation is actually giving us a clarity. At least at Flemington, for the first 4 races, we had a clarity on what was going on. And that's a little movement. I don't know if that's an improvement, but that's definitely a little forward movement after getting slapped at Randwick. And Randwick slapped so badly, I don't know what to say. We again have Randwick this Saturday. Okay. Yeah, I do remember you talking about a horse. I do remember. Okay. So I do keep a I'm not that I do, but I've started keeping a black book of my own, but it is slightly different than how things are. It's on the server side that I have worked out the things. So what I have done is this, that you know I have started collecting the horses that are on the pressure model, and you know that have actually done well. So I'm collecting the pressure, and I'm collecting the class and the races that they have done. So we'll see how that looks like in probably by the end of next year, because it's too early to talk about them. It's too early to have faith on them. But yes, we need data. We need data, and the data is going to come with time. Data, we will not have data that is that doesn't exist at this point of time. But I hope we are able to collect the data and put it into the right format. And once we have done that, then things will be a little different. But it'll take time. It is not going to happen overnight. All right, we have Flemington.
A massive go. $7.50 to $5 today, and there's very few fluctuations coming out, rather deductions coming out. So this is all weight of trade about Jacobite. Edgerton is $8.50 down to $5.50. Alero for Jeremy Mellon 6 out to $6.50, and Sea Poem is $11 to $7.50. Tan Tap Delight rather is $8 to $7.50. Wow, what a confusing race in terms of the fixed odds here. Jacobite is second up here after a second at Pakenham, first up on soft ground in benchmark 66 company. This is an 1100 metre 66 sprint, and was beaten by Super Nima last time out by a head, returning 1:10.65 on the turn, and gets a good track here today, drawing barrier 5. Edgerton, $8 down to $5.50. It's had 2 wins from 8 goes, this 6-year-old daughter of your song. Most recent trial on the Caulfield Heath ran third to Raging Fire, and second at its most recent run. That was on the 3rd of December when beaten by...
We'll take a look at that. If I pull up the sheet right now, the screen probably will freeze.
58 kilos is going to retain that particular mark. It was set last time out. Very difficult race. Matt Hill goes 19, 12, 6 and 1. He's with Tan Tap Delight, as we're going to link in nice and early to learn more.
And this horse is going flat chat towards the 800 metres. So this is Hollywood Boulevard riderless charging up the straight as we speak. That's a shame. 17 out to 31 with books Hollywood Boulevard for Patrick and Michelle Payne, but Holly Durden wasn't in the saddle, and the horses crashed through the front gate, and well, the horse knows where home is, because it's now veering towards the outside fence where it came onto the track. And as our television stations can see on Sky, and also
he's having fun.
This horse has gone pretty hard up the straight and won't be going around in this number 10 Hollywood Boulevard. It's going to race past the crowd here, who's giving the horse a bit of a rouse up as well, which doesn't really help matters, because it'll just make it go faster. It charges past the post riderless. So they'll try and capture this runner. But at this stage we have a delay as the warning siren sounds. The horses that were in the stalls have been backed out, so we have a delay, Flemington. Broadcasts. 7:01. Okay, thank you, Perch. Now this horse comes out, number 10, Hollywood Boulevard, 7:01. Late scratching. Number 10, Hollywood Boulevard, order of stewards comes out. And we're now 2 minutes past starting time, so we just need to capture this horse before the loading process gets underway. Hollywood Boulevard has made its way down to the back straight along the Maribyrnong River, and this horse is going to the back of the track. Just scatters a flock of seagulls over there, so this horse has had a wonderful time. Hollywood Boulevard, a gelding by Almanzor, who was only at his fourth time at the sports today, but he's having a lovely playful time down the back straight as the big field assembled behind the gates. We're down to 15 now, so a very open race. The favourites is just Jack Ivy on VOP ahead of Edgerton. There's only 50 cents between them, and that vision you're looking at there, you can see that's the view from the 1100 metres start down the straight at the setting sun, where we have now special goggles for the jockeys to.
All right, delay there at Flemington. We'll be back with them shortly. Meanwhile, Redcliffe is not too far away from scoring up here. Always Loxley favourite, 380 after opening 390. Chamonix is 440 out to 460, and Jack Bart $6 back to $5 with Roll Your R's $6.50 into 6. Redcliffe go to Sky Racing 2. If you want to catch that race there midway through the score up, you'll have to click across on your tab app or also on the Foxtel, which is 527. All right, so that race is not too far away from going. The first at Richmond not far away from linking in, and hopefully they've caught this errant horse at Flemington, which last time we checked in was midway around the back. Let's rejoin back on the 7th race.
Brandon, thank you. So as you can see, the clerk of the course has captured Hollywood Boulevard, which has come out, and now we're down to 15 runners in the 7th race on the program. So they'll bring this horse down the straight, and then the others will be able to load away. So keeping you updated on the market here, Jack Ivy, trained by Ray Basenko, who does a really good job with a small team. Or Casey Basenko, now the trainer of Jack Ivy at Cranbourne, with Tommy Stockdale aboard. Place at Pakenham last start was just touched off there. And Edgerton, number 14, Cliff Brown, who was placed behind Mornikia Miss, has the outside. We've seen in the 2 races to date that inside and outside, it's pretty even, with the Cavalry Girl winning over on the far side in race number 5, and Celerity bolting in up the outside in race number 6. So the clerk of the course bringing this riderless horse back towards the clock tower, so the track will be cleared and this loading process getting underway once again. But we're some 5 minutes past starting time here for this 7th event. Big crowd here at Flemington, and it's been fantastic to observe from around Australia, all of the venues with the big crowds. Warrnambool and Echuca in Victoria had sizable crowds today, and there'll be a repeat of that tomorrow here in Victoria with the main fixture at Mornington, but also the traditional meeting at Burrumbete, just outside of Ballarat. There's an old saying down here that if you're a Ballarat trainer, you're not a Ballarat trainer unless you've won a Burrumbete Cup, and that is being held tomorrow. And the traditional New Year's Day fixture at Hanging Rock as well, which is so iconic in this part of the world. Looking forward to getting to Hanging Rock tomorrow. So they're moving up again here as Hollywood Boulevard has been taken off the track. Yes, terrific, Benny. So the loading process underway again. Here's NCS about to join the line. Little nibble for NCS, 17 to 13. Rose de Valor waits its turn with Smart Little Miss. There's Jack Ivy coming along now. Tommy Stockdale aboard. So we await on Majesticity Flat Chat along with Edgerton, with about 4 to get set over there. Valpantina is also the other one to join them at a big price. Smart Little Miss comes forward, trots up to the line. So that headwinds, if anything, has got a little bit stronger before the running of this race. A bit for these horses and jockeys to deal with the sun glare, but of course they've got the new goggles for that, and also this pretty strong headwind as well. Now, Rose de Valour about to come along. Craig Williams, Mr. Assertive, trotting around behind the line with the clerk of the course. We've still got about 5 to get set from what I can see. Equal favourites now on VOP, Edgerton and Jack Ivy at the $5 mark, with Aliro at $7 on resumption today and C Poem at double each way. Now, Mr. Assertive about to join them, going up to barrier number 7 is Tan Tap the Light. Was down at the gates before any of the other runners, about 8 or 9 minutes before starting time. Phil Pantina about to join them with Majesticity. And coming forward is Mr. Assertive. And it looks as though they're just about ready. As Val Pantina, Jason Lyons Mount comes forward. Val Pantina is in. And Mr. Assertive comes up. Holly Durden quite okay, the rider that Hollywood Boulevard went without there. Formidable Forces jockey momentarily out of the saddle. So they're set to run. The 1100 metre charge, race number 7. Look just about ready. Set all clear racing. C Palm away moderately as Quell jump quickly with over towards the inside. Tan Tap Delight. Aliro showing speed as well. Artistic Genius looks to be in the top 4 or 5. And towards the outside, Mr. Assertive is showing speed. So it's Esquell leading from Mr. Assertive as they huddle up the middle. Majesticity, Rose de Valour got quite tight. It's a yes between horses. Artistic Genius followed by Aliro. Midfield Edgerton and Flat Chat. Tan Tap Delight. Formidable Force behind them. Velpantina well back with C Poem, Jack Ivy and Smart Little Miss. So they reach the 500 marker. Mr. Assertive just in front of Esquell and also Artistic Genius. SGS behind them leading a run. Rose de Valour ditto. Majesticity out wider. C Poem directs a passage over towards the far side with Aliro and Formidable Force, and they were followed by Edgerton starting to get into the clear. Majesticity at the clock tower in front. Here's Edgerton on the outside though joining in. Majesticity at the 100. Edgerton is trying to bring it up. Majesticity and Edgerton, they go down to the line. Edgerton won from Majesticity. Up the third on the outside. Smart Little Miss from Jack Ivy. A gap then Aliro C. Mr.
What a shot!
Develop flat chat. Then came Bell Pantina, Artistic Genius. Esquell got tired and well back Formidable Force.
14-17.
Edgerton wins and should get the better of Majesticity, and third and fourth, your guess is as good as mine, but it should be the 14 overcoming the 17, which was a big odds chance it would have knocked down many quaddies in the process. In the end though, Ethan Brown will get the nose down right on the post and be just a little bit too sharp for Majesticity. All right, we'll get those results through shortly. We've got some to clean up for our radio listeners as well here on the National Racing Service. First at Richmond went. It was 1, 5, 2 and 8. Dennis keeping the short favourite.
14, 17. 16. I don't know what happened to 16. 16 probably. The one was like, the jog was the issue. He never won a race here. I go to 8. This is the last one today. Five and 15 has been scratched. There's no 5, there's no 15. 1, 12, 17 and 9. The odds are right. The odds are right. One should win. One should win. So now what we are looking at is this is the highest. This is the highest through the DICR. That's a 59 by 59 by 2. The closest one is here. This is a 49 by 30. Difficult. This is a 6-year-old mare with advantage, which is there. But we just saw a 6-year-old mare actually nailing it down. But this is a class, different class altogether. So that's there. So the DICR, if you look at 1, 2, 3, 11, 44 by 11. 44 by 11. 6 is 27, doesn't have scratch. This is okay. This is 29, 33, 14, 35 by 35. 34 by 45. This will not happen. This is good. 33, 23, 0, 37, 14, 4. 9 is 27, 48, 45, 45. God knows what will happen. But one is good. I mean, that's 59 by. Should work. Should work. Though it's going to run neutral. That'll put things into a little dicey situation, but 14, 45 by 14, 44 by 16. So this is out. This is okay. 48, 50, 45 by 14. 12 is 48 by negative. Yeah, that should work. This is a higher class. This is a lower class. 45. Ideally, should be here. Ideally, it should be here. 9. So things are all possibilities, might happen, might not happen. This is a very high class horse. There's hardly any resistance on this. It's like this. this one. Hardly any resistance on this horse. There's hardly any resistance on this horse. This is a very high rated horse. One should win ideally. What is the problem? The problem is the same. The jock never won. The jock never won a race here. They'll put a trap. Somewhere they will put a trap. The jock is the issue. Is the same issue as this one. Alright? I think it is the same jock. Who's the... I think it is the same jock. This jock has never won a race here. Ideally it should win, but the jock is not the right jock. Plus it's a neutral. What will happen? 1. $45, 46 by minus 8. This is the body weight. This is 144, 144. Lather, 141. 9. One is in trouble. One is in trouble. The jockey has never won a race here. The jockey doesn't know the track. The jockey, the horse is fantastic. The horse is good. that's the top-rated horse. But the jockey is the issue. I think it is 9. 45. This is the next one. If we go through the DICL, let's check. This is become 44 by 11. This is a 7-year-old gilding. God knows what that'll do. Then 9 is here. But they fail from here. God knows what will happen. It should be 9 actually, It should be 9. One is in a fix. One is in a fix. This jockey is an apprentice jockey. He's going to be racing here. He's never won a race. The horse is fantastic. There's no doubt. But I think this is going somewhere else. This is a high rider 3.5. This is a 144 at 148, 146. Maybe. But still, this is better. I think it's 9. 1, the jock has never raced here. Never won a race. It's the same issue as the previous one. This is Saturday. We'll see you on Saturday, Dows. You stay blessed and Happy New Year. Stay blessed, my friend. PC 12 looks good. 12 looks... 12 definitely looks good. 12 definitely looks good. But if you look at the class, then it is here. There's a 45 by 14. There is a chance it's a dedicated jock. They'll put a trap. They'll put a trap for us to step into that trap. I mean, look at the one. Anybody's like, yeah, one. Why not? 2 factors. One, it is neutral. Second, the jock has never won a race here. What will he do with this? It is exactly like this horse, the one. I think it's the same guy. What will he do with this horse? God knows what he will do. The 12 is good. That's a lot of advantage. 48 by -8. The class drops has a jock, which is good. Which is good. $48. Here it is still higher. 45 drops 14. 45 by 14. Doable. This is quite doable. This is also doable. But the class factor is there. This is not that. My problem is whenever this guy is up here, I get very nervous. I don't know what to do with him because they've defaulted so many times from this particular place. I don't know. So that puts me into trouble. 12, you're right. 12 is good. 12 has a lot of advantages. 1, 4, 5, 0, 7, 32 by 9. But this is still higher. 32, 46 minus 8. This is 4, which is 12 is better. This is like 44 by 16. It gets onto the higher side. gets onto the higher side. That I don't know whether will work. 44 by 16 and 45 by 14 are two different concepts. So 9 has a chance because of the class, and this is also because of the jock, and the rest of them are like that. And this is 49 by 30, bad idea. This is 41 by -6, falls down 54, which is good. 16. 3.5, 3.5, 16, 1. The 17 gets beaten here. That's 16. 21, 44, 16. 3.5. 15. The gate number doesn't matter. All monkey business. 39 by 11. 44 by 11. This is also 8. Will not work. 39 by 11. Forty-five to 9. Bad idea. It's a bad idea. 9 difficult to win. 9 is not difficult to win, but it's a questionable kind of a situation. Dows. Now 9 is not difficult to win, but they have failed so many times from here. I don't have confidence. I don't know. That's exactly why I did not go with this one. That's why I was pretty much sure that this is 3 is the one, but I get very nervous when they are up here. I get very nervous when they are up here. I need I need a little more confidence to build up after the adjustments that we have done. If they improve with this adjustments that we have done, then I'll have a much stronger opinion on this. But it's not difficult to win. I mean, it's not in a difficult position. All right, it's a 45 by 14. The class is there, should work, but they've failed so many times that it is like, from this particular area, when you go through the BL, when you give them everything in platter, they fail. And only God knows why they fail. Only God knows why they fail from here. You don't need a jock on this. You're good. The jock is a dedicated jock, actually. So that's a very good thing on this. Not difficult. 45 by 14. This, if you see these two horses, and this is in a better position. 45 by 14. Higher class. This is a lower class. High pressure. So this is definitely better. And then the 12, like PC's talking about, the 48 by -8, which is good, because up here they are like not doing great. The 46 This is 48. That's not a... This is a better class. That's not. This is a higher class, but here it becomes 32 by -9, which is a problem, and it's a 7-year-old gelding. So that probably is not it. But yes, the 12 has a chance. The 9 has a chance if the 9 doesn't default from there. And there is a 44 by 11, 46. 44 minus 6. Then the 16 here. 16 here is the other thing. This is a high one, 41 by -6, 3.5. This is good. This one is in trouble because it's a 30 by, this is a 49 by 30. Though it's okay, it's marginally okay, which is a performance all right as a class. So the leverage is also there. There's a leverage on this horse. And then we have this one. God knows what will happen to that. Putting. Well, 1 definitely is in trouble. 17 will fail. 17. 9 and 17, I think, look at this. The 9 is a much higher class than 17. 9 has more relaxation than 17. 9 has a dedicated jock. The 17 jock is a moron. So there's a lot of problem with 17. There's a lot of problems with 17. It's either 9 or 12. I think those are the two. 9 or 12. It's either here. If that fails, then it is here. That's what I think. Unless we get a surprise by 3. Unless we get a surprise by 3. Which is also possible. This is also possible. This is on a higher side, but it is a 49. The advantage definitely goes to other horses. This is a steep climb. And they are like that. And they are like that. God knows. I think it's between 9 and 12. I think it's between 9 and 12.
Fairly, Palm of Jumeirah away well with Shaloot ridden with a little bit of aggression. Jack's on ice over on the far side left. Who's going to lead here? Looks as though they're going to split as they stretch right across the track. Coming up the outside, it's going to be Bedtime Angel with also Palm of Jumeirah. A lot of jockeys looking left, looking right here at the moment. Strike Goals just behind those with Potagoni, and they were followed by Gundaroo, Barnage, and also My Angel Shallot. Not a bad buy. Last of the division up the outside. Over on the far side, the leader is Hedonist. From Ruta Royale, Jackson Ice, Immortal, Star Gap, Shame, Shaloot, and Heavenly Eagle. That's the order onto the course proper. Over on the far side, Hedonist, Ruta Royale together from Immortal, Star, and Jackson Ice and Shame, who shook up. Over on this side, a real scrap for towards the lead. Bedtime Angel is up there with also Potagoni and Palm of Jumeirah. Ruta Royale at the 200 metres in front. Over on the far side, 2 lengths Immortal Star, and they were followed by Shame, and that might just about be the race over there. 100 to go. It's Ruta Royale, about 3/4 of a length.
One.
Immortal Star, and Ruta Royale is going to win the last of the year by a neck of
One.
Arrogant Shame, and they were followed by Hedonist Shaloot. Next, Palm of Jamara. The outside division were never in it. Out there, Gundaroo with also
1, 14, 12.
Jackson 07, the Eagle, Bedtime Angel, Barnage, Strike Gold, and Not a Bad Buy. Jackson.
Under Jackson Radley, Ruder Royale, $5 and 2.10 beats Immortal.
1, 14, 12. 1, 14, and 12. Both of them failed. 9 and 17. That's the problem. They fail from there. I don't know why they fail. 14 and 12. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had about 8 races today, and that was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Saturday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun. And my best wishes to everybody for this coming new year, which is 2026. I hope God is kind to all of us and we all get to do whatever we love in our life, and our families are all safe. You stay blessed. Have a great time during the new year. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream from anywhere in the world. Thank you so much. It means a lot. And thank you so much, Lee, for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend. And thank you so much for the donations. It means a lot, PC. If you were not there, this thing wouldn't be there in the first place. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for doing that. Daos, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gatekeeper, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Outfoxed, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Saturday. Till then, stay blessed and have a great day.